Szanowni Państwo, bardzo prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, before I am able to start,
technologia ma swoje prawa.
the technology
Nasze spotkanie
operates according to its own rights.
transmitowane.
Our meeting in Świnoujście will be broadcast. You will be able to listen to the proceeding of this conference over the internet. So this is the way it works, so I need to wait for the information that the transmission online has started.
Słusznie prosimy, więc zaczynamy od technicznych uwag. Prosimy o wyciszenie telefonów.
Please mute your mobile phones.
Szanowne Panie, szanowni
Ladies
panowie,
and gentlemen,
drodzy przyjaciele,
dear
po
friends,
raz 16 mam zaszczyt powitać
it is
was
my honor
w
for the
gościnnym
16th time to welcome you in the hospitable city of Świnoujście. 16 years ago, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce organized the first Baltic Business
Uznaliśmy,
Forum.
że warto naszym przyjaciołom z
We
Ukrainy pokazać
decided that
polsko-niemiecki
it's worth
fundament.
to show the Polish-German border to our Ukrainian friends, that it's worth showing our neighbors, and we started this forum in Świnoujście with an official gala in Heringsdorf, Germany, and we wanted to show our partners the European integration, the presence in the EU, and how it benefits our society. And we wanted to show also the same to our German neighbors and how this membership benefits the economy. If we see Świnoujście at the moment and this region, it was a very good decision. We decided to take up another challenge, but still before the Polish government adopted the 3Cs initiative program, we started building the ABC region, which involves the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and the Adriatic Sea, together with Turkey. Every year we welcome the representatives of Turkish business, but the new situation, the Russian aggression on Ukraine, the situation of our friends, were decisive to focus on supporting Polish-Ukrainian relationships, the support of the presence of Polish business in Ukraine, and also the support to Ukrainian friends forced to relocate their businesses to Poland and build their future right here. A number of initiatives have started. We decided to cooperate to restore Ukrainian business based on Polish-American Freedom Foundation. We initiated partnerships between local governments to support economic cooperation and small business cooperation in particular. And here, right here, we signed a partnership agreement between the city of Świnoujście and Truskawka. The Baltic Business Forum contributes to the European dream of peaceful and open world. It also contributes to our security. Today, we have 817th day of full-scale aggression of Russia in Ukraine, and our friends fight and die every day. And we've been going through this hardship together with them. Some time ago, in the first days of war, Ania Zlatowa, during the Impact Congress in Poznań, while receiving an award, said, Poles,
My wciąż
thank you.
ten ból przeżywamy, chociaż
Thank you
niestety
for
czas
accepting
przynosi
our pain as your pain.
obojętnienie,
Time
przyzwyczajenie,
brings
ale na
indifference.
to absolutnie nie możemy
People get
pozwolić.
accustomed
Nasze debaty,
to the situation,
nasze
but this
spotkania
is something we should
to
prevent.
zarówno
Our meetings
przypomnienie tego,
and our
co się
debates
dzieje, tych
remind
zbrodni,
us about
ale również
war
tego,
crimes
co czeka nas w
and
przyszłości.
about
A
what's
jesteśmy o
ahead
tym
of us.
głęboko przekonani,
And we
że
are
czeka
deeply
nas
convinced that ahead
dobra,
of us we have
wspólna
very good
polsko-ukraińska przyszłość.
joint future
Debaty w czasie
involving
Baltic
Poland
Business
and
Forum
Ukraine, and
służą
debates
budowaniu i tych
the BBF
formalnych,
debates
oficjalnych, merytorycznych
contribute
relacji,
to
więzi, ale służą też budowaniu więzi międzyludzkich.
theme-based relations, but also people-to-people relations.
Wspaniale
The
spływa
climate of
w
this
zawieraniu-
city
sprzyja w zawieraniu
is
przyjaźni, poznawaniu ludzi, budowaniu ludzkich
very suitable
relacji.
for building
Bo w ten
people-to-people
sposób możemy
relations.
tak
And in
naprawdę
this way, we've been
najsolidniejsze
creating
więzi
very solid
polsko-ukraińskiego
foundations of
Wierzymy,
Polish-Ukrainian
że
partnership.
znowu wyjedziemy stąd
And we
wszyscy
believe that once again
pełni
we will leave
nowej,
this place
pozytywnej
with
energii.
a lot of
Szanowni
positive
Państwo,
energy.
drodzy przyjaciele,
Ladies
z
and
roku na
gentlemen,
rok
dear
zwiększa
friends,
się liczba
every year
przyjaciół,
the number of
sojuszników
friends and allies
wspierających, uczestniczących
has been
i wspierających
growing,
ideę Baltic Business Forum.
supporting the idea
Jest mi
of the
niezmiernie
Baltic
miło,
Business
że
Forum,
dzisiaj
and
w imieniu
I'm
nas
extremely
wszystkich
glad that
w
today,
naszym gronie
on
mogę
behalf of all of us, we can
posła Pawła
welcome
Kowala,
the
przewodniczącego
MP
Komisji
Paweł
Spraw
Kowal, the
Międzynarodowych
chairman of
Sejmu,
International
przewodniczącego
Affairs
Rady do Spraw
in the Polish
Współpracy z
Parliament, the
Ukrainą,
chairman
ustanowionej
for the
zarządzeniem prezesa Rady
Council
Ministrów. Pawle,
supporting
witamy
cooperation
cię
between
świnoujścią
Poland and
po
Ukraine. Paweł,
6
welcome.
latach na Baltic
After
Business Forum.
6 years, welcome again during the Baltic Business
Szanowni
Forum.
Państwo,
Ladies and
witamy
gentlemen, let me welcome
przyjaciela Baltic Business Forum,
a friend
dzięki
of Baltic
któremu
Business
zawsze te
Forum,
obrady
thanks
przynosiły
to
nam
whom
wiele
the proceeding
ciekawych
of this
impulsów.
conference brought a number
Europarlamentarzystów,
of
byłego prezesa Rady
interesting
Ministrów, prezesa
impulses.
Narodowego Banku
The
Polskiego,
former Prime
profesora Marka
Minister
Belkę. Marku,
and
witamy.
the chairman of the National Bank of Poland, Marek Belka.
I dziękujemy za twoją
Thank you
cierpliwość
very
i
much for your
poświęcenie, bo
patience and dedication.
mamy
Trips
tego
to
świadomość, nie są
Świnoujście
zawsze
are
najłatwiejsze.
not always
Witamy
easy, and we are
serdecznie
aware of that.
również byłego
Let me
premiera
welcome former
Rzeczypospolitej
Prime
Polskiej,
Minister
dzisiaj
of the
senatora
Republic of Poland, and
Rzeczypospolitej
today the
Polskiej,
Senator
również w
of
przeszłości gościa Baltic
Poland
Business Forum,
and a guest
premiera
of
Waldemara
Baltic Business
Pawlaka.
Forum, Prime Minister Waldemar Pawlak.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
ale jest
gentlemen,
również i wśród nas
together with
przedstawiciel
us, we also have a
obecnego rządu
representative
Rzeczypospolitej
of
Polskiej, którego,
this
szczerze mówiąc, witam ze
today's
szczególnym
government,
wzruszeniem, bo łączy
and
nas
I'm deeply
długa
moved to welcome him because
wtedy
we have
polityczna
long
przeszłość.
time
Witam
political
ministra nauki i
friendship.
szkolnictwa
Let me
wyższego,
welcome
posła tej ziemi na
Dariusz
Sejm,
Wieczorek, the
ministra
Minister
Dariusza
of
Wieczorka.
Education and the MP from this very region.
Szanowni Państwo, wielokrotnie
Ladies and
zapraszaliśmy
gentlemen,
tutaj do Świnoujścia i wielokrotnie niestety
he
nadzwyczajnie
was
ekstremalne
invited to
obowiązki
Świnoujście
pozwalały mu
many
do pojechać,
times, and
ale tym
extreme
razem się udało, za
conditions
to bardzo dziękujemy.
prevented him from coming.
Witamy
This time
nadzwyczajnego i
we
pełnomocnego
succeeded. Let me
ambasadora
welcome
Ukrainy w Rzeczpospolitej
the plenipotentiary
Polskiej,
ambassador of Ukraine to Poland, Vasyl Zvarich.
Mamy dzisiaj wśród nas
Together with us, we also have
parlamentarzystów z polskiego
MPs
parlamentu,
from
ale
the
również
Polish Parliament
parlamentarzystów
and
Rady
MPs
Najwyższej. Witam
of the
przewodniczącego
Supreme
Komitetu
Council. Let me
Gospodarki Rady
welcome the
Najwyższej
chairman
Ukrainy,
of the
Dmytro
Economic
Natalucha.
Council, Dmytro Natalucha.
Witamy posłów do
Let
Sejmu
me
Republiki
welcome
Litewskiej.
MPs
Są
of
z nami
Lithuanian
przewodniczący
Republic.
Komisji
We have the
Gospodarczej
chairman of the Economic
Litewskiego
Commission of the
Sejmu,
Lithuanian
Tadeusz Starkevičius,
Parliament, Sadis Skatevicius
oraz Mindaugas
and Mindaugas
Srituckas.
Srituckas.
Jak Sejma, to i Sejm. Jak Litwa, to i Rzeczpospolita.
Sejmat, then
Jest z
Sejm.
nami poseł Grzegorz
If
Napieralski.
Lithuania, then the Republic of Poland. We
Dojedź,
have the MP
dojedź.
Napieralski.
Witamy
He
senatorów
will join us on the way.
Rzeczpospolitej
Let me
Polskiej,
welcome
drugiego
senators
naszego
of the Republic
przyjaciela
of
od lat,
Poland, our
również
friend
gościa we
and
wcześniejszym czasie,
previous guest of the Baltic
naszego
Business Forum,
przyjaciela Jana Filipa Libickiego.
Jan
Witamy
Filip
serdecznie.
Libicki. Philip, welcome.
Oraz senatora Leszka
And the
Czarnobaja.
senator Leszek
Obaj
Czarnobaj.
są członkami
Both of them are
polsko-ukraińskiej
members of the
grupy
Polish-Ukrainian
bilateralnej.
bilateral group.
Witamy prezesa
Let me welcome
agencji,
the president
bez której
of
nie
the
moglibyśmy
agency, without
prowadzić
which we
aktywnej
would not
działalności,
make it. We would
budować
not be
współpracę
able
z Ukrainą.
to be active
Witamy
and
naszego
in
przyjaciela,
building
prezesa
cooperation with
Polskiej
Ukraine. Let me
Agencji
welcome
Handlu
the
i
chairman
Inwestycji
of
Andrzeja
Polish
Dychę.
Agency
Witamy,
of
panie
Trade
prezesie.
and Investment, Mr. Dycha.
Jest z nami dyrektor.
Together with us, we have the director on the internal market, business, SMEs of the European Commission, Jakub Baratyński.
Witam serdecznie.
Let me welcome former ambassadors and friends of Ukraine still active, contributing to the recovery of Ukraine, the former ambassador of Czech, Bedřich Kopecki, and Jan Piekło, who was our Polish ambassador to Ukraine and now is the chairman of the Polish-Ukrainian Council of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. We have Ruslan Peron, the representative of the Embassy of Ukraine to Poland. It is not possible to mention all of you by name, but I'd like to welcome representatives of local governments from Ukraine, our friends, with whom, right here in Świnoujście, we've been contributing and to the defining of the role of local governments in the rebuilding of Ukrainian cities, including the team of Diana Barinova. So Diana Barinova and her team, warm welcome to our friends from Ukraine. And together with us we have Sergei Tsivkach, former president Ukrainian Invest. He's seated up there, closer to the wall. Today he represents the Chicago Atlantic Fund, a fund which invested $2.5 billion in the world. And today Sergei has been working on the funding for investment projects in Ukraine. Sergei will participate in our debates, and for our business people, this will be an excellent opportunity to build relations regarding financing. We also have a guest from the United States, Professor Andrzej Nowak, the chairman of the Council of Polish Engineers in North America. He is together with Maria Kaszyńska, the chairman of the Polish Association of Engineers and Technicians of the Civil Engineering Industry. They are very modest, seated in the back. I welcomed Maria for a very specific reason, because some time ago, together with Minister Wieczorek and Maria, we organized the Association of Graduates of the Szczecin Polytechnic. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the host, the female host of Świnoujście, and with her charm, competence and dedication, she won in the last local election, Jolanta Agatowska, the mayor of Świnoujście. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our debate. I will give the floor to Joanna and Darek Wieczorek, but we wanted to replay a very special contribution because the situation in Ukraine didn't allow all our visitors to join us in person. Let's play the contribution of Irina Pereshchuk, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, minister responsible for occupied areas, our friend, very much dedicated to Polish-Ukrainian economic cooperation, something we were able to encounter together with the ambassador during the session of a special Council of Polish-Ukrainian Business Cooperation. Ms. Vereshchuk is a friend of Poland. She speaks excellent Polish. She studied in Poland, and she is a co-chairperson together with Minister Hetman for the Polish-Ukrainian Commission on Economic Cooperation. We're waiting for Minister Paszyk to be appointed. Irina Vereshchuk, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine.
Шановні учасники Baltic Business Forum, для мене честь вітати вас сьогодні. Дякую польсько-українській господарчій палаті за організацію і проведення цього заходу, а також її президентові Яцеку Піхоті. Дякую урядові Польщі за співпрацю та підтримку. Дякую Павлу Ковалю, спецпредставнику Польщі в Україні. Примор'я є ключовим геополітичним вузлом в Європі. Саме від нього залежить довгострокова безпека в регіоні. Україно-польські відносини – основна ланка цього вузла. Поляки та українці дуже добре це розуміють, особливо на тлі триваючої війни з Росією. Ключ до геополітичної стабільності в Європі – це вступ України до ЄС та НАТО. Альтернативи цьому немає. Частиною нашої євроатлантичної роботи є укріплення всього спектра польсько-українських відносин. Безпека – це фундамент. Економіка – це стіни. Соціально-гуманітарний вимір – це дах. Все це працює тільки разом. Як побудувати гарний дім? Треба виходити з довгострокових інтересів і бути дуже прагматичним. Світ проходить через турбулентний період. Він торкнеться всіх. Але від нас з вами залежить, яким буде світ після цього. Якщо ми з вами зможемо побудувати міцне українсько-польське партнерство, а на його базі міцний вузол Примор'я, це забезпечить процвітання нашим народам на довгий період. Ще раз дякую всім і бажаю плідної роботи. Шановні учасники,
workings here.
Szanowni Państwo, to współprzewodniczący Polsko-Ukraińskiej Komisji Międzyrządowej do spraw współpracy gospodarczej, wicepremier Ukrainy. A my wracamy do Świnoujścia i chciałbym oddać głos premierowi Świnoujścia, gospodyni. No to jest ten problem dzisiejszych czasów. Asiu, Joanna Zagatowska, prezydent Świnoujścia. Proszę bardzo, na mównicę.
Jestem od pana prezesa, którego bardzo serdecznie witam. Witam.
Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the speaker. Hopefully, we will resolve the technical problem very soon.
Dzisiaj po raz już 16 zaszczycili swoją obecnością Świnoujście. Nasze wspólne wyspy, do których można już dzisiaj dojechać i szybciej, i bezpieczniej, chociaż przed chwilą rozmawialiśmy z panem premierem Belką, że coś tam się w tym tunelu nam zatrzymało, ale mam nadzieję, że wszystkie kolejne osoby zaproszone na dzisiejszą uroczystość, już sobie pomogę tutaj, również szczęśliwie dojadą.
We have solved the technicality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see that our city is perceived so well today. Jacek Piechota has been a long-term friend of our city. Thank you, sir. He's been making sure that the climate is so beneficial to you. It has always been beneficial to our cooperation, but now it is exceptional because for over 800 years now, we have participated in unprecedented situations affecting us, not only affecting the Ukrainian nation, but also affecting all of us at the same time, because also in Poland, so far from the Polish-Ukrainian border as Świnoujście is, we are all experiencing very hard what is affecting the Ukrainian nation at the moment. The economy is the most important because it gives us hope that the society will be able to rebuild its potential, that the state will function better and better. We are counting on that. But what is also very important is the people. And our city, as other cities in Poland, has joined the common effort for the benefit or in favor of the Ukrainian nation. And we, together with Ukrainian citizens who have found a safe haven in Świnoujście, have been cooperating to help their education, the education of their children, to help them take care of their culture, to help them take care of their relationships, to help them bring back their families here for vacation, for example. I'm very happy that Świnoujście is today a very important spot on the map where you can meet here for the 16th time in a row, where you can talk
where you can establish relationships, where you can start business. I deeply count on this war ending, that we can start looking positively into the future so that you can effectively and successfully continue your conversations and talks here. That's my wish to you. Let's hope that the days to come are the best and easiest for you, and that you all fall in love with Świnoujście. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo, pani prezydent.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Well, I am satisfied that everybody has already fallen in love with Świnoujście, and the days to come will reinforce this feeling. I'm slightly moved by the fact that I'm giving the floor to the next speaker. Dariusz Wieczorek and I used to build the left scene of the political stage in the past. There have been many constitutional ministers in Szczecin, but we have now Dariusz Wieczorek, the Minister of Higher Education. I'll be fine with the mic. I'm an electrician. I know how to handle these things. Mr. President, Mr. Ambassador, dear Prime Ministers, dear guests, I'm very glad I can be here with you. Yes, something did happen in the tunnel, but we should not make a fuss about this, because the most important thing is that this tunnel is here, and we'll see how it serves the city dwellers and the tourists coming here during the holiday period. As Jacek Piechota has said, our cooperation and our relationship will turn 30 soon. But indeed, 16 years ago, when Baltic Business Forum started, no one expected how important it would be in these difficult times for Ukraine, for the world, for Europe. I think that today Europe and all of us have understood the stance adopted by Poland, which we have reiterated many times, that indeed we need to prepare for war, because that gives you a guarantee of peace, that we have to cooperate with each other, because this gives you the guarantee that any potential aggressors will be deterred by us and by Europe. Today we are experiencing this huge tragedy in practice, and I can actually say one thing on behalf of the Polish government. We appreciate greatly what you are doing. We appreciate your sacrifice. Everything that is happening, the tragedies, the victims, everything that is happening within Ukraine during this war, I can absolutely assure you that as we have so far, we will continue supporting you, and we will be encouraging other partners to support you, because this is a war that we have to win. There's no doubt about this. In order for the war to be won, Europe and the world have to support Ukraine. What is, of course, very important is that cooperation is ensured in various areas. Frankly speaking, I was hugely impressed when we had a common session between the Polish government and the Ukrainian government, and when I saw Ukrainian ministers involved so much despite this difficult wartime period, so involved in thinking about the inhabitants of Ukraine, so involved in thinking about the future of Ukraine and the reconstruction of Ukraine, because the truth is, as Budka Suvlera, the Polish band, said, after the night, the day comes. After a torment, peace comes. After war, a truce and peace come too. So that's what I wish to you. Hopefully this will happen as soon as possible, so that there are no more victims, and that we can start peacefully thinking about building strong Ukraine. we can assure you about our support and assistance. Our Prime Minister has said this multiple times, and I can say that too. Now we are in the finishing phase, as it comes to my area, phase of signing a contract between our nations concerning scientific exchange. We are also at your disposal in this respect. I am encouraging the chancellors of Polish universities to intensify cooperation with Ukrainian higher education institutions, because that is very necessary for the scientific, cultural, and economic cooperation to be there, because you have to be a strong nation. I hope that you will be a strong nation in the EU too, which is my wish for you and for myself too. Slava Ukraine. Have a fruitful discussion here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy that shortly after the visit to New York, we have with us Paweł Kowal, the chairman of the International Affairs Committee of the Polish Parliament, the president of the Commission for the Cooperation with Ukraine. We are awaiting your comments, Paweł, and your thoughts about what has happened and what we may expect in the nearest future. The MP, Paweł Kowal. I have a very difficult or not simple task ahead of me, and as one of my colleagues has said, I'm frequently in a situation in which I'm both a bird and ornithologist. My task is of a sort of ornithology, but I'm here to talk about politics. So the three sections of my presentation should focus on the diagnosing of what's going on right now in Ukraine and potential consequences for the West. And the second part, because this is the most important annual event as regards Polish-Ukrainian business cooperation, so you deserve some information about what we've been doing in the Council for the Cooperation with Ukraine. And the third part will be about our tactical short-term and mid-term goals, something that we are going to deal with in the nearest future. This will be the agenda of my presentation, and this will enable me to discuss the most important issues, and this will be a form of a report on what's going on in Ukrainian-Polish relations, not only from the point of view of the Polish government, but our council is a very special body between the government and the parliament. Mr. Minister, Ambassador, Ms. Mayor, Prime Ministers, dear guests, and there are quite many of you from Poland, Ukraine, and elsewhere. In order to fully understand this moment, this time, it is necessary to display a map. I always travel with a map, and I show a map, and whenever I do not show it, I make references to I can only refer to your imagination. In every war, in the history of every war, there is a military moment of very particular impact on politics and further political developments. Have no doubt we are ahead of such a moment, which is the Kharkiv moment of the war. When 2 months ago I went there with the team of my people to the vicinity of Kharkiv and to the Kharkiv city itself, as well as close to Donetsk and trenches over there in Donbass, I understood that the war approaches a breakthrough moment. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we can assess political consequences of certain military actions. And today we can clearly state, if the tragic scenario that Putin would like to implement was confirmed, that Russians will be able to attack Kharkiv for a long time, inflict social changes and cause a wave of refugees and break the defense line, the political and economic consequences are unimaginable. And I didn't come up with this idea myself. After our trip to Kharkiv, I talked to a French politician, my counterpart in the National Assembly of France, and he told me, Pavel, we understand very well that the consequences of the attack on Kharkiv and the collapse of Kharkiv and the tremendous humanitarian crisis will be far-reaching for the government in Kiev, but also unimaginable for all Western governments supporting Ukraine. And it is because the support for the international law, which was the main idea for the West to get involved in the process, not no from revisionism, and this is what we understand very well here in Poland, and very clear consequences of the policy of Putin and Orban, and we frequently hear politicians talking about changes of borders, so the respect to the international law mobilized the West to create anti-Putin coalition and the support for Ukraine. This is not a scientific conference, so we are not going to analyze whether this support should be larger. For certain, it should be faster, but the scale was unprecedented in the history of Central Europe. This is a true fact about the support, and this is a basic fact that we should keep repeating in every pronouncement, especially in the West, and this is what I've been doing. Unprecedented involvement of the Polish society in the support to Ukrainian people in the first days after the Russian aggression on Ukraine in February 2022. More than 7 million people crossing the border. The mere fact that Poles, as a society, received Ukrainian refugees in their homes, someone can say that they will be well received in the West. But in Poland, it meant that it took a number of personal decisions to receive guests in our homes and keep our refrigerators and bathrooms open to refugees. All this created a very specific atmosphere. The atmosphere supporting Ukraine, not only we for Ukrainians, but we supporting fundamental rules and principles. This Kharkiv moment should strengthen the support, especially in the West, because in the past days we've been observing very intensive information campaign on the part of Russia aimed at demobilization. Sometimes they target specific politicians or initiatives, and you can be also the target of this policy and action to sell untrue statements that the war does not make sense, that Ukrainians and the West cannot cope, and that talks should continue based on Russian rules. This information campaign, which intensified in the past days, highlighted this Kharkiv moment, showing that Russians have been preparing for something. And while supporting the war, we should focus on this very moment, right here and right now. The mobilization is very much needed shortly. The efficient combat against revisionism originating in Moscow and the brutal force launched by Putin targets us. And they want us to feel that we are unimportant in this process. And they count that there will be a breakthrough supporting their causes. The West mobilizes. We would like to be able to do more. We'd like to produce more ammunition, but the initiative of the European Commission brought some change. For the first time after the breakthrough of the war, President Zelensky said that there is no troop without supply of ammunition. The American initiative, unprecedented pressure on Johnson, brought some effects. If we just wait that someone else will do something, this will not work. This started with Prime Minister of the Polish government, Donald Tusk, who said, yes, you need to exert pressure wherever it is possible. Do not believe that it doesn't make sense in this information war. Twitter makes sense. They attack us on Twitter and Facebook. And a number of political missions from one senator to another, from representative to another representative, and reiterating the same arguments, produced mobilization. Today, it's much better and easier for the European Commission to prepare for further actions, and the initiative of Commissioner Breton. We see supplies of ammunition from the United States. We see the mobilization on the part of the President of the Czech Republic. And there are further initiatives in the pipeline. We should not let them convince us that it would not work. For the first time, last week, I received the proof that we will manage. It's just a question of time and a question of whether we will do it timely. That will help us to avoid unfortunate developments on the front, which is well prepared. Frequently there are 3 lines, and I keep going there every 6 months from 2022, and I go there to be able to see all these changes. And the front is prepared. With the support in the form of ammunition and political support, Ukrainians will defend, provided additional conditions are met. These are the midterm goals: the possibility to attack from the air, possibility to use missiles to target locations in Russia, the capability to overcome landmines, which was the weakness in the front in 2023. Today we can do it, but we need to mobilize certain resources, and we all need to be aware of the situation. And this conference is an excellent moment to discuss it. Let me pass to the second part of my intervention today, the Polish engagement. One sentence would not be enough. There are a lot of emotions. You can repeat information about the engagement of the Polish society in the process. Together with Prime Minister, we discussed our involvement, the plenipotentiary and minister, people from commercial departments and universities. Every ministry, just as the Minister of Education emphasized that, everyone dealing with politics in Poland has been dealing with Ukraine in one way or another. It's not just one aspect. For instance, historical cooperation, cultural cooperation, or economic cooperation only. For us, it's much more. And that's why we had this idea to create the council and expert teams. And we are going to continue this process, and we are going to develop a group of social experts capable of generating synergies. The council is not there to do something for Polish ministries. This would not be possible in our country. We need to apply a different approach, although the most important things in the past 1 month after our formal establishment need to be coordinated with various ministries. For instance, the recovery process. Perhaps our Western partners very aptly use the word recovery. It's not for rebuilding a house where it previously stood, because what's going on in Europe in this context, in the context of war, it's an exercise for our imagination. Europe will never be the same. The West will never be the same. The Central European region will not be the same either, and the same applies to Ukraine, because the recovery will not involve just the rebuilding of physical infrastructure where it once stood. The war inflicted much loss, displacement of people. Tens of thousands of people died, lost their relatives, are injured, and cannot live in their previous place of domicile. Roughly 7 million Ukrainians left, and other millions were displaced within Ukraine, because more than a half of Ukrainian people said that they encountered war trauma. So we need to use our imagination to imagine situation after, and how Poland can prepare to that. From the technical point of view, the Berlin-based conference of G7, we've been preparing our offer. It's an ongoing process, and I believe Poland will be able to show much larger contribution than expected into 8 projects. We've been planning to develop a larger program, and I'd like to invite the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce to this process. It's not only a formal program with its limitations, but we are ready, and I'm saying this on behalf of the Prime Minister, to support Polish business. So the Polish business is represented at accompanying events once we develop them. There's still enough time. It's not only a question of business. The task of the Council is to promote cooperation between local governments. We need several changes in the law, so local governments engaged in humanitarian actions should be able to participate in aid programs. So local governments in Poland, just as local governments in France or Germany, should be able to participate in funding sharing, funding designated for the recovery of Ukraine. So they would be able to contribute to this process of rebuilding Ukraine and strengthening that country. We need to start right now. We should involve local government organizations, associations of churches and others. All parties involved in the humanitarian action will have an open path to participate in aid to Ukraine. The first point will be the G7 conference. Last month, we met all the most important players in the process, my counterparts in the government of France, Great Britain, Germany, the United States, and we are prepared for the process. Another point will involve tenders organized by the UN agency. UNOPS, a recovery specialized agency. The former government decided to invite UNOPS. We've been concluding this work and we are about to have this agreement ratified by the Parliament. We need to have an open hearing, so every party involved in the recovery process should have the impact on the operation of UNOPS in Poland. My goal is very simple here. Within 3 months, every Polish businessman, local government activist, NGO should receive 2 basic pieces of information: when and where recovery plans will be created, and they should be prepared for tenders. Because when I discuss this with business, the word tenders will have to be mentioned there. Polish companies were not prepared for UN orchestrated tenders. We'll make sure to do something about it. It's an unprecedented situation. The majority of procurement will take place in Poland, procurement of goods that will be later transported to Ukraine. So we have a new situation, a new opportunity, not only when it comes to UNOPS, but also other UN agencies, and this is something we've discussed in the past days. I'd like to appeal to you, ladies and gentlemen, because the cooperation process, not only regarding recovery, but the rehabilitation, the big change, including modernization and EU membership negotiations, which will start on the 25th of June. And for all this, we need much support, synergy, and our jointly orchestrated action. And let me refer back to all these issues that are part of the war propaganda. I know that in this room we know this very well, but elsewhere, not necessarily. Please share basic figures during various meetings, interviews. It's important to discuss more than 11 billion euros of Polish export to Ukraine, and it's going to be much more. Polish-Ukrainian relations need to be presented from the point of view of opportunities. You may think that I give some basic figures that you are familiar with. I practice that during every international conversation, and I tell this to our partners in the West. While mentioning the third fact, they wonder and they start discussing it differently. We are the second exporter to Ukraine after China, and in Ukraine we have more than 3,500 Polish-Ukrainian businesses and Polish businesses ready to cooperate in the recovery process. The Polish potential is based on historical development of our relations and what happened in the year 2020, and it is based on some economic facts that enable me to tell my partners, just look at figures. Poland will have to play its role. And those who have been dealing with Polish-Ukrainian relations for years, there is no better experience than joint economic actions, as we could see regarding Polish-Lithuanian relations. Proportions then change, perspectives can change. When there are joint activities here and now, joint funding, joint dreams and plans. And this is our role, to feel the change in history and we should do our best not to squander the historical moment to promote this huge change which started in this war this May, and the successful moment and finale will be the recovery process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paweł Kowal. As you see, Paweł has put a lot of energy and knowledge and experience into this new task that he's facing. Paweł, we put a lot of hope in you. Talking on behalf of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, our chamber that is growing. 2 weeks ago, we had an exceptional ceremony in Katowice at the European Economic Congress, where we received into our chamber a company number 499, a company number 500, and a company number 501, a Ukrainian bank, a company dealing in pharmaceutical equipment, and a Ukrainian company storing data in the cloud. So our Chamber of Commerce has experience in all domains of economy and has a 32-year-old experience in Polish-Ukrainian cooperation. Now, I would like a friend, a frequent flyer of our forum, to take the floor, a person who's been in Świnoujście multiple times, a former Prime Minister of Poland, a former head of the Polish National Bank, an European Parliament member, one who knows the world, one who knows the money, one who knows the economy, and one who knows Świnoujście. Professor, it's been 20 years since Poland acceded the EU. We know the summaries. The summaries are beneficial for Poland. What will the next 20 years be like of the EU, of Poland's membership in the EU, when Ukraine has joined the EU? Thank you for giving me the time to speak to you. Whatever we have been talking about here is a background to Paweł Kowal's speech, who indeed has had at his disposal of the whole machinery of our cooperation. He is standing there, he's waiting for the green light from international stakeholders to start working. I will, however, present to you a certain reflection about whether the EU is prepared to this huge operation that Ukrainian accession into the EU is, whether the West, more broadly speaking, is prepared to incorporate Ukraine into the NATO. I need to tell you that when working at the European Parliament, 5 years ago when we were starting, we did not have this imagination that everything will be circling around Ukraine. I remember that when in the Committee of International Trade, I asked our coordinator if I could take up Ukrainian affairs, because probably there are a lot of people interested in that. And the answer was no, nobody is dealing with this yet and nobody is intending to. So I got into that position without competition. At the end of the 5-year period, Ukrainian affairs were in the center of our operations already. We remember the efforts of the EU Commission, the EU Parliament, to orderly prolong the preferential rules for trade with Ukraine. I and my office were in the center of the events. We wanted to balance the available solutions to make sure that we were able to, in a degree, secure the interests of the Polish farmers, but remembering that, first of all, Ukraine needs help. So, largely, my activity depended on educational activities, and I was supported at this by my co-workers. Michał Kapov, for example, is one of them, and he will moderate one of the panels held during this conference. Among the guests, I can also see other specialists in agriculture. I need to tell you that the scale of disinformation in this respect, the scale of blatant lies that were sent to the Polish public opinion and affected the Polish public opinion is huge and amazing. But let's leave that aside. Recently, I have been honored by being able to cooperate at a lobbyist ad hoc group initiated by the former Prime Minister Anders Fogh Rasmussen of Denmark. In that lobbyist group, or however you call that group, there were people such as Hillary Clinton, Aleksander Kwaśniewski, Boris Johnson, a whole array of smaller former presidents and prime ministers, so to say. We made an appeal to the NATO head offices to make sure that during the nearest session of the NATO Council in Washington, that they should send an invitation to Ukraine to become members. It's not yet obvious if such an invitation will be made in a formal and unconditional way. Second of all, we said during that session that Ukraine's process of getting into the NATO should be provided with a certain agenda, like by 2028, for example. 4 years might seem very long for those people who are sitting in the trenches today, but this is a very ambitious schedule. However, to be on the safe side, we proposed that a number of independent actions should be carried out, independent of how the incorporation schedule will be progressing. First of all, we proposed that all countries, including G7, should give 0.25% of their GDP for the purpose of supporting Ukraine. 0.25%, well, that's not a very impressive figure, but this is huge money, much more money than the money that we are talking about right now. And that included proposals such as securing the freedom of navigation on the Black Sea. Incredible for foreign trade, for the export of Ukraine's food. Something of a fundamental importance. No-fly zone. A zone that we could refer to as taking care of aerial area over Ukraine. Perhaps it would be too much to claim that the whole area of Ukrainian sky should be a no-flight zone. But if that area was limited to an area starting around 100 or 150 kilometers from the border of the NATO, that would be it. Let's see how much of that will be implemented. But to me, this was a huge pleasure to see that people from various parts of the world, the Western world, that's true, said or spoke in one voice, and all of them supported Ukraine in a way that was unimaginable just a few years ago. But now, Europe. Is Europe prepared? Before I answer this question, I'll just give you a few words of introduction. First of all, Europe is in a very difficult situation because we are functioning in a world and in a global economy that is in a state of imbalance. Europe is functioning very well if everything is regulated. Everybody is observing rules in World Trade Organization, for example, when there are no looming armed conflicts out there, then Europe is doing fine. Europe comes from Venus, as once Americans said, and the United States is from Mars. So the people from Venus do not like instability. People from Venus do not like times of imbalance. They need to now redefine themselves substantially. That's what Europe is about now. What do I mean saying that the world is in imbalance? Well, the two biggest military and economic powers, the United States and China, are in an imbalance. In the United States, over the last few decades, the social consensus is being broken, the one on which the functioning of this nation, of this state, was based. The dramatically deepening economic irregularities, inequalities, income inequalities, well, they have always been there, but they have been covered by ad hoc actions. Now, these ad hoc actions are insufficient. There's no cheap import of consumer products from China, or it's ending. Or on the other hand, the Americans do not want that import anymore very much. We know that you cannot apply cheap loans, or as economic literature says, ninja credits. No income, no assets. That was the acronym. And still you do get a credit. Yeah, ninja. No income, no job, no assets. And you still got a credit. What did this lead to? It led to the great financial crunch of 2008. These instruments are in a short supply in the United States now. What is the consequence? A dramatic political divide, a dramatic economic divide. And such phenomena as Donald Trump. I do not need to correct myself. I'm not an international diplomat, so I can say that such an unthinking narcissist could only have been elected by a nation so deeply rooted in a crisis as the United States. That's how I see the United States today. On the other hand, we have China, a fantastically developing country, moving forward. But China is also suffering from various serious problems of social and economic inequalities. How? At a certain point in time, the Chinese curbed demographic development or growth because they thought this was required for the stability of the nation to be ensured. What is the effect? Today, the Chinese are doomed to oversized, nonsensical, and ineffective savings. So the Chinese are saving as crazy today because they have to, because they don't have children that were traditional workforce in the past. They don't have a good social welfare system. They don't have a good health system. So the effect is that an average Chinese person saves as crazy. Saves on what? On purchasing real estate, just like everywhere else in the world. So China today is a country where in many cities there are seas of skyscrapers which are unoccupied. That's why for this country every fluctuation in the real estate market is damaging to China, and the people in Beijing know that. So what does China do as a result? They, at all expenses, try to feed exports that will hold the economic growth rate. They are feeding everywhere else in the world. The whole world is open, but Europe is the best market for them. Every year they sell to Europe for $800 billion, and they only buy for $200 billion. Now, are we Europeans dependent on China? Of course we are, but they are also dependent on us. However, this is an unstable balance. Both the United States and China are in a very difficult situation. China is also problematic because when there is a difficult situation, a semi-totalitarian country goes into armament. That's even worse. And in the middle, between the two, there is Europe, which is not accustomed to such situations, that does not know how to behave in such an environment. Europe has a very complicated decision-making process. And now we are getting closer and closer to Ukraine. First of all, a discussion started about the possibilities of changing the treaties. This is a very far-reaching proposal, and as of today, it's not very realistic. Why? Because in order to change treaties, and first of all, the principle of unanimity, there is a unanimous decision needed, and there will always be some kind of rascal to whom the liberal veto is very beneficial. And such a rascal, when they're an idiot working for the benefit of Putin, then the whole matter collapses. And the effect is that today we will have to squeeze all the treaties out so that we can get all the opportunities to enhance and uniform decisions. There are various forms like Bassereau formula and Gładka formula, meaning that when we approach an issue, for example, pertaining to defense, or perhaps, which will be very difficult, NATO enlargement, then we can agree by way of a unanimous decision that in this particular issue, there will be a qualified majority applicable. Maybe the concept of qualified majority will have to be modified in a way so that the two great nations, Germany and France, do not have such a strong say, so that other countries, small and medium-sized countries, will be less afraid of such solutions. Is that possible? I don't know that. Jakub Truszczyński, one of the most outstanding experts on EU, says that perhaps the EU is doomed to go forward through the so-called coalitions of the willing. Do you remember Bush Jr. when he was preparing to attack Iraq? He could not count on the UN decisions. He could not count on the UN decisions or EU supporting them as one. They counted on the coalitions of the willing. Poland joined such a coalition of the willing. This did bring some benefits, but this also led to disasters such as the ISIS. And we also destabilized completely the Middle East through that. Now, if we Europeans were to have to build this option of building a coalition of the willing ad hoc, then what would happen would definitely be chaos. Not a Europe of two speeds, but a Europe of many speeds. This would be like a melting pot of different speeds in Europe. So the accession of Ukraine into the EU would be made more difficult because of that. Because having to lead negotiations in over 30 chapters would go well, but there would always come up, such as Netherlands, for example, which would, for its own reasons, vote against. So the EU, without a thorough reform of the decision-making process, would have it very difficult to enlarge, first of all, and not by incorporating North Macedonia, but incorporating a huge country of importance to geopolitics, which is Ukraine, and to enhance its defensive capabilities, its military prowess. Unless Radek Sikorski becomes a commissioner, he's capable of getting anything done. That was just a joke, of course, but I can tell you in secret that this option is seemingly being considered in the Polish government circles. That's all. I was not very optimistic in what I've been talking about here, but I need to tell you that there's one reason that is making me not pessimistic about the future of the EU. The EU does develop through crises. When there are no crises, Europe becomes boring. It becomes a burden for its societies even. But when there's a crisis, and there have been so many crises in the past years, recently, that they're uncountable actually, then it turns out that the interests of individual countries tend to be, in periods of times, subordinated to the common interest. So there is a chance that the EU will develop for the better. Thank you.
The EU expansion with Ukraine, it's not only a political challenge, but also an economic challenge. We could learn that in Poland in past months, when our agricultural producers decided that it is not the country defending against aggression to dictate prices on global markets, rather than the aggressor, Russia. Just to keep certain proportions, Ukraine in Europe is perceived as an agricultural superpower, because regarding certain products, it is a superpower. But the total value of export, Ukrainian export before 2022, before the war, accounted for the 50% of agricultural export of Poland. So Poland is a superpower, not Ukraine. So whether Ukrainian agricultural holdings can consume direct payments totally, well, for certain, the common agricultural policy will have to be modified significantly. The structure of agriculture in Ukraine is very specific. We analyze Ukrainian agriculture from the point of view of large holdings, but the large holdings account for 15% of agricultural land. All the rest is smaller agricultural farming operations. So perhaps there should be direct payments to production. So I understand that the Polish organization can be internally thorn. Well, the large volumes of wheat and corn can change development aid from going from Europe to the global south. Why Russia should donate tons of thousands of tons of wheat to Sahel? Europe could do that at a much larger scale. For instance, somewhere there in Chad, Europe contributes to develop green energy. The population there will be less grateful than when they receive wheat. So Ukraine can be a bridge between Europe and the third world, with the poor and starving. It can be a strong impulse for very good changes in the EU. Can you foresee such a change regarding local state budgets and spending on defense, for instance? It's a new area developing in every country. When it comes to budget spending, in the Social Democratic faction, it's not easy, but we've been working on excluding defense spending from the 3% budget deficit limit. That's firstly. Secondly, I'm certain that the majority of European countries, members of NATO, agree with the statement that they need to increase their spending on defense and reach the threshold of 2%. Equally important is the coordination of the military industry. Once the position of the Commissioner for Defense established and fitted with relevant instruments, including funding and legal instruments as well, we can expect then some major positive changes. It may, in the past, when Europe wanted to deliver ammunition to Ukraine, it was not possible because there was a shortage of ammunition. In the past several decades, Germany reduced the number of tanks by 90%. This is the dividend of peace. Why on earth we should spend on defense when there is peace? But suddenly it turned out that we all faced a new risk, a new threat. You've talked about the new division of the world, China with their own problems, the same the United States, and in the middle of this, Europe and the European Union, which lacks leadership. Whether the Polish-Ukrainian tandem can be a new driving force for the European Union? Well, as yet, Ukraine is not a member of the EU and will have to wait a couple of years, but this leadership would be very much welcome right now. Indeed, Ukrainian accession to the EU will cause a certain shift, will change the gravitational center, moving it towards east. It is going to be something very attractive. I'm not sure whether we are able to cope with this both materially and intellectually. Leadership involves certain duties, more duties than benefits, but today, I would say we need to patch up this leadership with what we have. The Weimar Triangle, even though some countries of the Triangle have very poor leaders and face internal problems. There's no other way for us. What would you say to people gathered in this room who on the 9th of June will not participate in the EU parliamentary elections? If you're not interested in Europe, then politics will be interested in you. When people say that, I'm not interested in politics, there's nobody I can vote for. It's very idiotic. It's an example of political idiotism. I'm not sure whether I would vote for myself. Well, you always vote for someone or for a party who is the closest to our preferences and views. A party which can secure the most important interests that we share. I'm an Euro enthusiast, and I believe that the analysis of costs and benefits is good, but it's hard for me to discuss the cost of Poland's membership in the EU. I can see only benefits. If I were to recommend voting, I would recommend voting for pro-European parties and candidates. If, in case of Polish nationalists or patriots, they should vote for the European Union. This is the guarantee of our interest. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for your thoughts and reflections about Poles, about the European Union. And let me give the floor to Michał Matlak, who is going to be the leader of another panel that we called Strategic. Please introduce panelists and moderate the panel. Thank you very much. We need a short break to gather and organize the panel.
to już bardzo prosimy. Będziemy zaczynali.
Please take your seats. We are about to start the panel.
Zacznę od przedstawienia.
Let me start with introducing panelists. Let me welcome the ambassador, Mr. Zvaric. I'd like to welcome Lieutenant Tomasz Strychicz, the senior security advisor for NATO representative office in Kiev. Let me welcome Jan Piekła, Jakub Bartyński, the director for the General Directorate of the Internal Market, European Commission, Mr. Bernardik, the representative of the Stefan Batory Foundation, and Jacek Szokajew, the chairman of Credo Bank. Since we have a slight delay, we need to speedily proceed with our panel. When we met here last year, the atmosphere was more optimistic. We waited for the success of Ukrainian offensive. It has not materialized, and now we have the Russian offensive. We worry about Kharkiv, and the discussion about guarantees, security, and Ukrainian membership in NATO and the EU are more complicated. The resistance in Ukraine is very strong. A lot of equipment has already been developed, but the prospects for ending the war shortly seem not very realistic. There are also concerns about the long-time prospects for the Western support. We expect strong support from the US, especially when Trump wins the upcoming elections there. We have the disorientation of the European Union, especially certain actors regarding geopolitical issues, though the EU role at the geopolitical arena has been growing. And we need to remember that the Treaty of the European Union has Article 40.7 saying that every member state can guarantee security to other members of the EU, and in the context of Ukrainian membership in the EU, still before joining NATO, would be very important. Another component which seems to be different from what we discussed here last year. We have a major role of Ukraine in the political debate that we witnessed in Poland and in the United States. Ukraine as a component of rather conflict than consensus is another element of the political setup. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin our discussion. We'd like to listen in as much as possible from our panelists. The first person to take the floor will be the Ukrainian ambassador, Vasyl Zaryc. Let me ask you about the role of Poland in the process of EU expansion and NATO expansion. Some Poles hoped and had such an ambition that Poland should be an advocate of the Ukrainian membership in a similar way that certain countries played the same role before Poland's accession in 2004. Considering that these processes will hopefully be as speedy as possible, what actions can be taken right now? I thought about 3 possible actions in Poland, like what would you suggest? I kindly request panelists to take not longer than 4 or 5 minutes regarding the initial pronouncements. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers of the conference, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, and all parties supporting events like this one. I'd like to thank the mayor of Świnoujście for the beautiful atmosphere for us to be able to discuss such important topics. But coming back to your question, I'd like to emphasize a couple of things. Today, it's a historical moment, and it reflects not only our struggle for freedom, independence against the Russian aggressor, but it's a historical moment because it's a time for very courageous decisions of the free world. Courageous decisions that we, Ukrainians, feel are not easy, and we have moral right to demand such decisions because the best sons and daughters of Ukrainian people put their life on the line. Courageous decisions is the number one priority for us to be prepared for durable peace. The Prime Minister rightly said that you need to prepare for the war if you want to live in peace. And we need to remember that courageous decisions here and now are very much needed. We all witness lengthy discussions whether it's worth providing assistance from the United States. We lost 6 months for such discussions, and it might be just some time for many people, but for Ukrainian people is the loss in life and infrastructure and higher cost of recovery. So I'd like to encourage all politicians of the free world to more decisive actions and more courageous decisions, less discussions, more actions. Ukraine deserves to be a member of the European Union and NATO, and we do our best to become members of these organizations as soon as possible, and this is highlighted by our heroes in the front. They fight for the European Union values and NATO values as well, and we can be an added value for the security of Europe and NATO. Poland has been playing a tremendous role in the process, and I'd like to thank Poland for this. We do have a number of discussion and cooperation platforms, and it's very good that Poland understands us and they understand how Ukraine is important for NATO and the European Union. So it is very important for us. We created a separate mechanism of dialogue regarding EU membership. It started, the mechanism started in Warsaw. Poland has been supporting us on our path to pre-accession negotiations, and we believe that the negotiations will start already late June this year. And thirdly, Poland has been supporting our initiative regarding the Global Peace Summit that's going to take place in June in Switzerland. And Poland is one of the very first countries confirming their participation in the summit. It's very important that other countries should be encouraged to participate in the summit. It is going to be a very important first step to create certain framework for further negotiations regarding peace in Ukraine. And thirdly, which is very important, is the NATO summit in Washington. We would like this summit to be historical, and it is going to be historical when Ukraine will be formally invited to NATO membership. I'd like to emphasize that the invitation to NATO does not mean that we become a NATO member overnight. We all understand that. Some people speculate But this courageous decision, some people claim that this courageous decision should be delayed. So we kindly request you to support us regarding the three areas. We feel your support, and we believe that together we will be better prepared to lobby for joint interest for our countries and for Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for a very specific and informative answer. Now let me move on to Colonel Tomasz Strychar, who represents the NATO. Whether there will be an invitation or not, that's one thing. Another thing is, as the ambassador said, it concerns the realistic opportunity for Ukraine to enter the NATO. What the conditions are. Some speak about the end of war. Others talk about a stable truce. So what would be the conditions so that we can talk about a realistic membership of Ukraine in the NATO? That's one question. Another question is, what can we do earlier than that? The NATO membership states are involved a lot in sending ammunition, equipment, and others. The mission, it's not very well defined yet what the mission would look like. So what can the NATO do realistically for Ukraine before Ukraine's membership becomes a reality? Good afternoon. I came here from Ukraine. Normally I stay at Kiev. I work at NATO representation to Ukraine and I've been there for years. So I'd like to start by comparing the situation to a chemical reaction. A chemical reaction is one where one substance affects another substance, and as an effect, a third substance emerges. When the third substance emerges, energy is either expelled or received, consumed. So there are two factors that need to be maintained when talking about Ukraine's membership in the NATO. The willingness on the part of the Ukraine and on the willingness on the NATO part, so that this reaction can take place. And now, it might not sound very original, but I'll tell you how it looks from the side of Ukraine, especially that I've been there for years and I've been observing both the army and the defense ministry and the trends present in Ukraine. And I will tell you this. Ukraine almost has nothing more to do in order to enter the NATO. When I came to Ukraine first in 2010, believe me, that Ukraine looked very different to what it looks like today, in every respect practically. In my liaison office in the NATO representation to Ukraine, apart from the international staff, there are also a lot of Ukrainians, young and old, working there. People with passion, people who understand perfectly the rules by which the NATO is governed. They are often able to embarrass NATO representatives as it comes to the knowledge they have. With regards to interoperability and achieving it, I'd like to tell you that Ukrainians over the last years have made a huge progress. And I need to stress this thing. We often have a tendency to unilaterally judge our reality, to describe a situation in such a way that the glass is half full and not half empty. My tendency is to believe that the glass is half full. The level of knowledge of Ukrainians army, their ability to cooperate with the NATO armies, the interoperability level, the understanding of STANEX or NATO standards is so huge. And even if Ukraine has not achieved all the standards yet, then I'll tell you, so what? They will. When Poland acceded, the NATO was not ready to achieve all NATO standards right away. So I don't believe that there's a lot for Ukraine to do left. Now, what's left for the NATO to do? I completely agree with my predecessor, Professor Kowal, who said that a lot of things are happening right now, and that is true. There is the way that the NATO slogan or acronym is deciphered. No action, talk only. Well, a lot is happening now, so that acronym is not true anymore. Let me remind you that recently, on the 29th of April, the Secretary General of NATO came to Ukraine. During that meeting, the Secretary General clearly stressed that he and the NATO see Ukraine as part of the NATO structures. So it's not just talking about whether somebody wants that or not. These are concrete declarations. During the meeting between him and President Zelensky, he was invited to the Washington summit that will happen between the 9th and 11th of July in Washington. He was invited to be there, and everybody is expecting declarations to be made there. But please also observe that the decision concerning the accession of a certain state to the NATO requires a consensus between all nations, not a majority, but all nations. Of course, all of you are reasonable people, Professor Belka included. He also gave signals that there are countries who might see things different. But I want to stress clearly that in the NATO, there is a willingness, absolutely, the need and the vision concerning Ukraine's accession to the NATO. I don't have a crystal ball, but if you asked me, I would bet on Ukraine achieving the status of a NATO member in 2028, just as the moderator asked and as Professor Belka said. I think that is what is going to happen. Thank you. Such concrete answers are the dream of every moderator, so thank you, sir. Now, let me allow to move on to Jan Piekło, Ambassador, to talk about what needs to be done on the Ukrainian part. I'm talking about its membership in the NATO, because in the EU, because we have heard about its membership in the NATO so far. Within this panel, a constructive attitude to Ukraine is absolutely obvious. We can say that we are Ukraine-philic here. But talking about the social context in Poland and in other countries, this is much more complicated. Also in Brussels, you hear a lot of bad things about Ukraine, about its corruption, about its unpreparedness to be EU members, that Ukrainian institutions are not seriously treated. So I'd like to ask Mr. Ambassador, who knows Ukraine very well, about his opinion concerning the realistic problems that might block Ukrainians' path towards EU and NATO membership. What would be the biggest obstacles in your opinion, sir? We, a few minutes ago, heard a concert of dreams. Of course, there is a place for a concert of dreams in our reality, but there are also stairs that need to be climbed, as Mr. Belka said before. So, Ukraine has done the maximum you can do under these circumstances in order to become a member of the NATO and a member of the EU. Of course, Ukraine has done the maximum. I know Ukraine. I've been visiting Ukraine for over 20 years. In the past, I ran a Polish-American-Ukrainian project. Then I was an ambassador to Ukraine. I actually know well every larger city of Ukraine. The progress Ukraine has made is absolutely amazing. And what Colonel Struhacz said, with whom I cooperated when I was an ambassador to Kiev, I would say that now Ukraine has the best, the most experienced, equipped in NATO equipment and trained by NATO officers, army within Europe. And it would be good if we, or actually political decision makers, if they were aware of that fact. What is important is that, on the one hand, we have the EU and the potential accession of Ukraine to the EU. And we need to understand that this process might take longer, just as it was in the case of Poland. So first we join the NATO, and only then did we join the EU. Without security guarantees, the European Union will not be able to accept Ukraine as one of its members. I would like to stress with some kind of disillusion. Of what I know, Poland has not given bilateral security guarantees. Some countries have done that. Poland has not. Conversely, however, I believe that we should focus more on what we, as Central and Eastern European countries, be able to achieve in Washington. There should be some kind of realistic offer expected to be made there. But, as I said, without security guarantees, Ukraine's presence in the EU is part of a concert of dreams. However, this is just a part of a process. This process is self-driving, so we should not allow Russia to regain breath. And this is what has happened, unfortunately. And Europe is to blame for that to the biggest degree, but also the United States. At the very end, I would like to also say that my impression is that during the last meeting between Xi Jinping and Putin, we saw certain expectations made by Beijing and Xi Jinping. You Russians must show that you are able to win. If you win, we will keep helping you. But if you are unable to cope with Ukraine, then we will have to find another idea for arranging our relationship with the West. And that's where we can look for some hope. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And now I would like to move on to Professor Jacek Szugajew in order to talk about this economic aspect of the processes concerned. We know how much Ukraine needs investors, how much its economy needs them, and how investors from various parts of the world count on that cooperation. But there's an element of risk. As you know perfectly well, it is a deterrent to investors, and that risk is still huge in Ukraine, and it will keep being a huge challenge to the recovery process, and especially now when we are thinking about the attractiveness of investing in Ukraine. So now I'd like to ask Mr. President here about what we can do now in order to increase the number of investors coming to Ukraine. What activities can countries like Poland undertake in order to increase that number of investors? Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, investors, when entering new markets, know perfectly well that that is related to risk. However, in the case of Ukraine, that risk is a very different caliber. It's a risk of investing in a country which is a warring country. How can you help them? Well, that's a more universal part of the question, because this concerns not only Polish investors, but any investor who would like to already today enter the Ukrainian market with an investment. We can only help them curb that risk as far as it is possible here and now, meaning under the circumstances of a pending war. How is it happening now? Well, the colossal role is played by international financial institutions which are capable of redeeming such risk through guarantee systems or through insurance systems. They are able to minimize such risks. The risks will never be cancelled completely. However, that is definitely an encouragement. Apart from the international financial institutions, there are also domestic or national institutions such as, in Poland, BGK, which is our national development bank, one of the more important development banks in the EU and one of the bigger ones in the EU too. Apart from that, a corporation of expert investment insurances. Such solutions not only pertain to trade turnover, which are the easier relationships, but also investor relationships. So as it comes to KUKA, it is about ensuring the invested capital. From the point of the instruments available, well, such instruments are more and more made available. In Poland, our investors can receive such instruments from national institutions, but also from international ones, like from the European Investment Bank, IFC or DFC from the United States. However, I need to admit that the interest itself in investing, understood as private capital that wants to enter and build a factory, a plant, or to invest together with a Ukrainian partner, from what we see and what arises from our discussions with Ukrainian partners, potential Polish partners, so the interest is more theoretical, meaning more cautious, more directed at thinking about what will happen after the war and how we can participate in rebuilding Ukraine after the war ends, where the risk is definitely lower. We hear that from large funds like BlackRock that we've talked to, or the IFC itself, which has invested a small amount or added some amount to the Ukrainian Horizon Fund, and which is not planning any larger investments of the fund-to-fund nature. This is understandable in such a way that even if we are talking about the war, allowing us to divide the country into various areas like the yellow, green and red zones. So the red zone, which is the nearest to the front line, the investment attractiveness is the lowest. But in the western part of the Ukraine, the investment attractiveness is higher. However, on the Polish side, what we see is rather a willingness to make a reconnaissance, to get to know the area, start some trade cooperation, but not investment cooperation yet. Can this change soon? Well, from what we know by talking to the funds, we know that the cutoff point would be at least a stabilization, but not stabilization on the front line, but also a truce, an armistice. That would be an introduction to peace talks and to the ending of the war, and that would be the cutoff point where the theory would turn into practice, where private money will start coming in. Private money, not just international money. Thank you. Now I'd like to move to Director Bartyński. This is a very important thing that we can talk about the internal market, which, as we know, is the essence of EU integration, according to a lot of people. Isn't it so that Ukraine is not participating in the internal market? We have a situation here where the EU has signed an association treaty, a very complex one, where a lot of elements are close to cooperation. and it was deepened after the full-scale invasion started. But I would like to ask you about the balance of the Ukrainian participation in the single market so far, and about what more can be done. Now, opening to the single market does not have to be a simple one and just good for a country that is opening up itself, because economies are then more exposed to the fact that a lot of domains or branches in it will have problems in competing against the new market entering the single market. So what else can be done?
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful for inviting me to this conference, and it is yet another stage of Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce cooperation and the part of the EU Commission that I represent. In the context of accession, the war was a catalyst of the decision, and we now concentrate on the moment of accession, but it's very good that you referred to this single market. This may happen someday, but the core of the strategy of the EU is to integrate Ukraine into various EU policies with the single market in the forefront. You've mentioned the association agreement, and regarding various platforms, this is the priority action plan to implement the free trade agreement, the comprehensive free trade agreement. And I'm mentioning this priority plan because it is extremely important for us to materialize very specific things. I may tell you about something that is less known. It is a passport for industrial goods, and the main idea is to open this single internal market to industrial products of Ukraine. It will be necessary to sign a separate agreement to open the way for certain industrial products and to open the single market for them. Of course, Ukraine needs to comply with certain criteria, and in order for these agreements to be operational, partners need to trust each other. Products need to comply with EU standards and the EU law. We need inspections to secure that. And during the war, such inspections were suspended in Ukraine, but in the process of our discussions, we are going to reinstigate such inspections. So this integration process consists of a number of technical details. Ukraine is an industrial superpower, and from this point of view, this is very important for that country. Another issue, public procurement and standards. Ukraine very recently joined a financial program supporting the single market, the so-called single market program, and these are the steps in the process. The war, just as Professor Belka mentioned, the EU lifted customs and trade barriers, and this triggered rapid increase in trade, which is now imposing, and Ukraine still has much trade deficit because of the war, but we see something materializing which I considered very important. In April, at the beginning of the war, we received Taras Kachka in Brussels, and he said something very important. It was not about aid, but we wanted to convince European companies to continue investment in Ukraine. It was the 6th week of war, and it was a tangible proof that in Ukraine we have very strategically thinking partner interested in long-term cooperation with us. This translates into everyday work of my colleagues in the Commission. The Commission publishes a periodical report on the development. The recent report had the volume of 80 pages, and Ukraine is present during various expert meetings, agreements on detailed economic issues, humanitarian aid, education, transport. This list is obviously not exhaustive. And Ukraine has this palpable presence in the process. So when the accession moment comes, it will not be a shock. It will be a conclusion of an ongoing process. And lastly, let me say that in my work, we have a number of contacts with Ukrainian businesses, especially SMEs and clusters. And something that is perhaps not really astonishing, but is a good lesson for business partners from the EU, is a lesson of resilience and how to cope in a very difficult situation. This is a benefit for our European partners. And regarding the single market and the readiness of European companies to invest in Ukraine, the perception is very important. We do have this historical perception of Ukraine as a corrupt and inefficient country that we've been changing. Of course, this will require a lot of effort, and all the activities and intervention into building investment climate are very crucial from the point of view of the Commission, because finally this will translate into the efficiency of the accession mechanism that will, and the accession itself, that will strengthen Europe. And talking about natural resources, in Europe we have a very serious discussion on mitigating dependence on various countries, for instance China, and Ukraine can have much to offer. Thank you very much. Now let me proceed to Edwin Bendik. In this debate, the image of Ukrainian membership in both organizations seemed to be very positive, but we know that in the past year a lot of negative processes have taken place between the European Union and Ukraine and the United States. And also in Poland, Ukrainian issues became a topic of political conflict. And the previous government and the behavior of the current government seem not to be fully clear. So, since President Bendik has been analyzing political emotions in Ukraine, just to mention the televised program Understand Ukraine, let me ask you about the social dimension of various political processes and how the public opinion in Ukraine fluctuates regarding the Ukrainian membership in the EU and NATO. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the question. The observing of Ukrainian society since the moment of independence and after revolution, and now during the full-scale war, is a source of much inspiration. As it has been already said, we should analyze the sources of Ukrainian resilience, which rests with the society. Certain competencies are decisive, and Ukraine's despite all worrying news, have been dealing very well with the situation. So from a structural point of view, based on opinion polls and various mid-term indicators, which are a very good measure of the climate, we can see that a very complex process has been taking place. There is a very dynamic, rapidly changing reality, and the society reacts to the failure of the counter-offensive last year. We could see that something has changed, like we could see this disillusion. And based on the opinions of Ukrainian experts, we can see certain fixed elements regarding the attitude of the Ukrainian society. Firstly, the faith in the victory. At the beginning of the war, it was 90%. The criteria of victory have slightly changed. The percentage of people willing to agree territorial concessions as the element of truth and the victory. Some people add the dissolution of Russia already after the failure of the offensive and massive attack on infrastructure on the part of Russia. Another factor is the faith in the Ukrainian army. More than 90% of people are convinced that the army is the most important institution, a guarantor of whatever it may sound to some people, and cities far away from the front live a normal life. Some Ukrainians use this term war-life balance. Every Ukrainian family has some people injured or dead, but everything works. You can use the Ukrainian trains. Operating on time. The army is efficient, taking care of offensive on the war line, and they protect cities, enabling the functioning, pretty normal functioning of the rest of the country. There was a concern whether this trust will stay after the change, the command. Nothing actually changed. There was a change at the command line, and the society decided it was not a problem. The assessment of politicians has changed, and there is much disillusionment. President Zelensky is still enjoys much support. So we can say in general that Ukrainians are pretty optimistic about their future, and this is the source of their resilience and their functioning during the wartime. What does it mean, trust to the army? The origin of the contemporary army, just as the lieutenant has said, that it's a very modern army. It's not an army like any other NATO member armies. It was developed in 2014 as a response to Russian aggression, and it's based on cooperation between the military and the society, voluntary organizations. The Sergei Pritua Foundation has been developing military technologies in order to shorten the bureaucratic process of public procurement, and this is what NGOs take over in many homes, in their basements. Ukrainians produce drones for the army, they buy components over the internet, and they assemble drones, and then they send these drones to the army. This creates a unique link between the society and the army. So the army, it's not only the professional structure, there is one, of course, but there are a lot of voluntary organizations. Just use Kiev underground, and there are posters encouraging people to join the army and join the action. It's a different model than we could imagine. And the final component, which is very important, the power of the civic society. It's a strong pillar. Apart from the army, voluntaries of NGOs are the second component of this public reality, enjoying much trust of Ukrainians. And they cooperate with each other. And Ukrainians found their way to deal with the war. And perhaps two more factors showing that we should be inspired by Ukraine. From the beginning of the war, apart from some general opinion that during the general crisis and threat, governments should be tempted to have a strong rule. It was the other way around in Ukraine. During the war, Ukrainians are deeply convinced that democracy is the best way for them to solve problems. So if Europe worries that authoritarian governments can take over, we can show the example of Ukraine to show that Ukrainians are more convinced that the democratic system is better. And maybe a sort of anecdote, the cultural life in Ukraine during war. I was surprised when last year it turned out that readership increased, the publishing market recovered, maybe not to the same level as before the war, but in Kiev itself, 20 new bookstores were open. So this would be the last thing we could expect there. Readership is twice as much as in Poland. 70% there and 38% in Poland. So if we go to bookstores, we can see that they operate well. There are a lot of customers coming there. So all those worrying news should be a cause for concern, but we need to analyze them in the context of resources mobilized in Ukraine to resist to the Russian aggression, and the Ukrainians are convinced that the war will not end soon. This is confirmed by opinion polls, and consumer moods improved. The same applies to business, so it's not that bad after all. Thank you very much. So now I would like to give the floor to others, just 1 minute reaction to has been said, and then we can ask the audience to share some comments or questions. Thank you very much. A lot of interesting topics have been raised. I'd like to refer to some of them. First of all, during the war, we learned that everything's possible. We learned that it's worth dreaming and fight for our dreams. We learned that there is nothing harder but to fight in trenches against the brutal enemy, stronger than Ukraine but weaker than the West. So talking about faith in our victory is the faith in the West, that the West will not leave Ukraine alone only because we fight for something that is dear to the West. While talking about the support to Ukraine, we would like to thank you for the support, but on the other hand, we need to ask ourselves the following question. why Russia still has the capability to continue this war against Ukraine. Do we do enough to weaken Russia? Why do we have business as usual with Russia? Why do we buy goods from Russia? Why do we import agricultural goods from Russia? We should understand that this strengthened the Russian budget, a budget which they use to support the war activities. Do we do enough to reduce the combat capability of Russia? So we need to ask these questions more frequently. The support for Ukraine is very important, but the second front should focus on weakening the military capability of Russia. And we need to do our best for sanctions to be efficient. We need to isolate business with Russia. We should limit it in as much as possible. I understand that it might be hard for some parties, but this is fundamental. If we want to live in peace, if we want to secure a peaceful world for our children and grandchildren, this is the way to do it. So not only the victory of Ukraine will be the basis for peace. The second thing is that we need to make the aggressor accountable. Are we ready to judge Russia and Putin in Hague? Are we ready to create an international law-based tribunal, or we will continue coming up with alternative measures? We need to be very decisive and we need to be courageous regarding our decisions if we want to live in peace. And now we face a very historical moment. If we procrastinate, we will squander this chance. So let's not squander this chance. It's something that Pavel Kowal has already referred to, and we will do our job. This is what we've been doing. No EU member state has joined the EU, and we became a candidate country. No other member state was at the threshold to start pre-accession negotiations during war, and we are almost there. And we are determined in Ukraine. More than 80% of Ukrainian people support Ukrainian EU membership, and this creates an opportunity for us to overcome resistance and modernize our country. The mere fact that the European Union last week adopted the Ukrainian plan within the Ukrainian facility, where we declared our readiness, 69 reforms to be implemented during the war, for many people in the EU, it's something unthinkable. And this is what we are going to do, because we understand what we've been fighting for. And we are convinced that Ukrainian membership in the EU will be an advantage for the EU itself. We put much faith in the process, and we would like the West to share this faith and to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, President Shugay. I would briefly like to come back to the question of investments that we talked about earlier, but this also by reference to what the ambassador said. We often talk in our meetings about recovering Ukraine. But first of all, we need to help Ukraine survive. Please remember that financial aid, not only military aid, but also financial aid to maintain Ukrainian economy that has to survive this difficult period is very important. Without this, it would be difficult to talk about reconstructing Ukraine, because Ukraine might not exist. So the commitment of international and national financial institutions, all bilateral credits, they need to take into account what is important here and now, meaning investments that are able to renew the critical infrastructure. one that will allow the economic and financial systems to survive the most difficult times of war. We cannot forget about that. We cannot forget also about these instruments being prepared by the international and national financial instruments that will allow the Ukrainian economy to survive at the beginning, so that future investors can come in and count on having partners locally. We need to remember about this all the time. 2 words about Ukraine's accession to the NATO. One of the predecessors spoke about ratings, about popularity. I would like to refer to trends in Ukrainian society about NATO membership. In recent polls from April, 78% of Ukrainians are for entering the NATO. This figure has dropped, but not dramatically. Previously it was 84, I think. Now, 78 does not mean that 23% are against. Less of them are against. But what is important also that all of us need to work on making sure that these ratings do not drop. We need to do work on the part of NATO member states and in Ukraine, so that the tendency is in favor and not against. And the last word of my comment, in such discussions, quite often we come across a comparison between NATO accession and EU accession. It's not my job to make judgments. I'm not an economics expert, but for each of you and each of us, our security and personal security is the most important thing. Economic security is naturally important in the priorities that we have in our lives, but what is the most important to us is our personal security. What does the NATO ensure? It certainly ensures, first of all, physical security for its members. As one of my predecessors said, very often nations first enter the NATO and only then do they enter the EU. Now, I think that as all of us have assumed that we need Ukraine and Ukraine needs us because we have a common enemy. The enemy is defined. We know what this is happening. We know who's the aggressor and who is the defender. We know what the interest is for the whole civilized world. That's logical, that's unquestionable, that the need to receive Ukraine within the NATO is just a question of time, and this will probably happen as soon as possible. But we should work on not spoiling, but on building the fascination and commitment to Ukraine's membership within the NATO. Mr. Edin Bendik. Just by way of a short supplement to what I have heard before here, one thing is about the fluidity of the social stances and attitudes that can change, affecting relationships. For example, the weeks-long blockade of the border by Polish farmers caused us to be perceived as not the first allies. We are below Hungarians in the list of allies. We did not understand how the crisis was detrimental to Ukraine. However, there is a consensus between experts who know that what happened at the border does not pose a risk to the strategic relationship between Ukraine and Poland. This needs to be remembered because in the background there is a third force that consumes such fluctuating attitudes. We have already spoken today about the increasing disinformation offensive by Russians. It will have an expression, a formal expression. Today, the first term in office of President Zelensky ends, and the Russians are already undermining his mandate. So what is important is that the West, that the allies stress that there's no problem with the Ukrainian president continuing his term in office. That's actually regulated by the Ukrainian constitution. However, Russians are already working hard on raising doubts that the Ukrainian authorities do not have the mandate. Now, I'd like to address the audience now. If you have any questions, you can go ahead. We don't have much time, but perhaps we will be able to hear one or two questions from you and answer the questions. But before we do that, I would like to say that, yes, dreams are important. Without dreams, the world would not be interesting. But what is important is that the dreams are shared and that there's determination and that there are realistic capabilities of achieving our dreams. And in this context, I would like to recall to you two important initiatives that, in a sense, used to be dreams, and then they initiated a process. The first initiative was a shared initiative between President Yushchenko and President Kaczynski. The action plan for Ukraine in 2008, announced at a Bucharest summit. If that could have been done or achieved then perhaps the war in summertime in 2008 in Georgia would not have happened, and perhaps also the war in Ukraine would not have happened. That we don't know. However, this fits the structure of the relationship between Poland and Ukraine. And the other element is the Eastern Partnership. It was Poland and Sweden that initiated the Eastern Partnership. And the assumption was that it was not meant to bring Ukrainian membership in the EU. However, what happened? It actually did provide an opportunity to start discussions. That was something that we did not dream about at that time. And yet, it is great to have dreams and pursue them. However, we need to pursue our dreams together. And I believe that when done together, we will be effective. Anything else that you would like to add? I understand that we don't have much time before we finish the panel, but if there's any question in the audience, please go ahead. I have a question. I have to ask it. There's Mr. Alexander here, a representative of the Kharkiv region. He lives 30 kilometers from the border with Russia. The situation over there is very difficult. I'll be speaking in Ukrainian, and I hope you understand me. In Ukraine, the situation is that physically we are running short of human resources. There are fewer and fewer people who can physically oppose the Russian army. Another mobilization phase is taking place now, but not all men are capable of fighting. I used to be a parliament member from those areas. The situation is getting more and more difficult over there. I would like to get to know Vasil's opinion, Jan Piekło's opinion, and the opinion of other experts, whether the Polish professional army or the armies of other European armies, are you ready to be our comrades, brothers in arms? Because physically we are running out of people. Russia is a huge people. Russia has huge physical capabilities, or actually resources in terms of human resources. Perhaps soon we will need assistance in the form of human resources from professional armies who, in exchange for money, will help us in training, in shooting. If you don't stop Russians there, they will come for other areas, for Kiev, for Poland, for other European countries, perhaps. That's my opinion and my question. Is there anyone else who would like to ask a question? Maybe we'll answer the questions one by one, but if not, then perhaps we'll start answering the question right away. I need to tell you that I am hugely impressed by what the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries are doing. The Prime Minister of Estonia has just said that Estonia would be able to send troops to Ukraine. Not necessarily in order for them to fight or at the front line, but to train, to consult, to educate, to help prepare operationals. In a form, Macron, the president of France, has said something similar. On the one hand, he said that, but on the other hand, we hear that he wants to invite Putin over to celebrate the landing in Normandy. And the French ambassador participated in the inauguration of the next term in office of Putin. So on the one hand, he says something, and on the other hand, the president of France does something that is the opposite of what his intentions seemed to be. The same is true for the British. We have not talked about them yet, but we have to say a lot of good about them. It was the UK who supported Ukraine with weapons and providing Ukraine with the Storm Shadow long-distance missiles, which decimated the Crimean Peninsula at a certain point in time. So I think that the UK also has said, not very loudly, that it was able to, or leaning to, send its troops over there. And from what we know, there are UK troops in Ukraine. They are not uniformed ones, but they are UK officers who are helping the Ukrainian army. I believe, I will not ask Colonel Struchasz to confirm that, but that there are also Polish troops there in one or another form, which might not be a direct military assistance, but could be some kind of a direct way of support. There is a critical moment where in Europe and in the West, the thinking of the war is changing, and that Ukraine cannot lose the war, because if Ukraine loses the war, we all will lose it too. I need to tell you about one more element emerging, which is the breaking of the axis of evil between North Korea, Iran, China, and Russia. I see what's happening in the social media in relation to the aerial accident in which the president of Iran died. It's not excluded that the situation of the evil axis is becoming uncomfortable. Undoubtedly, China requires that Russia has a military success, which would be needed for China to keep up its support for Russia. If there's no success on the Russian part, then China will have to withdraw. Perhaps because in relation to Taiwan. I would like to shortly answer your question. Please tune in to what you hear from the Washington summit. You will learn a lot of new things. So far, 9 countries have provided positive answers about sending troops to Ukraine. I'm not saying that rapidly there will be troops fighting directly against Russian Federation, but probably these will be troops running training, education courses for Ukrainians. Adding to that, a lot of very specific ideas have come up, whether there would be a drone coalition or an ammunition coalition or an aircraft coalition. Such specific ideas have emerging, and such coalitions are already specific and working. But as it comes to troops that you asked about, I can tell you right now that 9 countries are already interested in sending troops to Ukraine. Thank you. I will tackle 2 matters to tell you about what we are doing. we want Ukraine very much to be present within the structures that there are in various ways. Two examples: world's largest network for supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, Enterprise Europe Network, with entities in the EU and outside of the EU. Now Ukraine is part of it. What is it about? It's about establishing business contacts with partners from the EU, meeting them about innovation, learning about resilience, where there's a lot to learn from Ukrainian companies. That's one example. Another one is Ukrainian clusters. Recently, we sent a delegation to Brussels of around 20 persons. A lot of business contacts were established. For example, with IT cluster from Kharkiv, a very resilient ones. Those people showed no signs of panic whatsoever. And now, by reference to what Mr. Ambassador said, a plan for Ukraine is a huge plan for reforms prepared by the Ukrainian government, which is a basis for which EU member states made an unprecedented decision. Last year, EU Commission tried to increase the multi-year budget for Europe in taking into account the needs of Ukraine, fiscal problems, etc. The member states only agreed for money for Ukraine. But this is an expression of where we understand the priorities are, which cannot be ignored. An example of the fact that Ukraine is an absolute added value, and it becomes one in the context of what Pavel Kowal said. We are in a situation in which the EU is becoming an important player with regards to the questions of the weaponry industry as a supplement to what the NATO is doing, of course. In the beginning of May, there was a first forum held of defense industries where the Ukrainian industry took part. Edwin also spoke about innovation, the production of drones. We are facing now, and we are seeing an amazing innovativeness and activity of European defense clusters. We are thinking about running an important, huge event in autumn this year in Warsaw, in November. That will be the third edition of that fair. I would like to first of all thank you, the representatives of the local government from Ukraine, who, despite all those problems, have made it here to this place in order to develop cooperation, to contact your Ukrainian colleagues. This is a huge thing, what you're doing. This is a huge commitment and contribution to our victory. Thank you very much for having so much strength as to be able to make it here. Now, let's talk about security guarantees. We are trying to make sure that such an agreement on security guarantees will be the most ambitious of all that we have signed so far with other countries. Please remember that there's nothing that is impossible. We remember that at the beginning of the full-scale aggression by Russia, the discussions were about whether we should give Ukraine defensive weapons only or perhaps some construction helmets. Now we have Leopard, tanks, ATACMS, other missiles that we could not even imagine having back then. And soon we will have F-16 fighters. I always say that the real anti-missile shield for the whole of Europe is now in Ukraine. So I encourage those countries that have Patriot missiles to give them to Ukraine, because we in Ukraine are capable of using those Patriots to defend ourselves and Europe. Thank you. I would like to thank all the participants of the panel for your contributions and for the optimism that all of you have expressed. Thank you. I would like to thank our panelists for the great discussion, a very informative one. We need planning. The first element of our plan is the lunch that starts at 3 to 3:30 on the first floor. The second part of the plan is the 9th and 10th of October in Poznań, a Congress for the Rebuilding of Ukraine, Common Future, an initiative of the International Poznań Fair. Martyna Dyla, Mr. Jasiuk, I think they are here. That's an initiative of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. So we are inviting you over to Poznań for the second time. And now, enjoy your lunch.
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce. Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We've already had very tasty lunch. Too short, obviously. So please take your seats. There's much space in the audience. Of course, we can start with streaming. Okay, we need to wait a little bit for streaming to start. We are about to start yet another debate, yet another panel during the 16th Baltic Business Forum. This panel will be moderated by Michał Kapa, a unique person who is a policy advisor at the European Parliament, but he's an advisor to Professor Marek Belka and the co-author of successful achievements, many successful achievements. So I leave panelists in very good hands. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, after lunch, and I hope that with new energy we will continue our discussion. Poland as a hub for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and the organizers added, what about the border blockade? Poland is one of major business partners for Ukraine, right behind China, the leader in the EU. We recorded a record high surplus in the trade with Ukraine, but there are some challenges on the way. As you very well know, there were protests of farmers, blockade of the border, which impaired not only agricultural trade, but trade in general. There are still some bans on the trade in agricultural produce and grain. And when it comes to cooperation in the logistics industry, there are delayed investment projects regarding railway, regarding the development of grain silos. But we witness the development of infrastructure in Romania and in Germany, and there is much interest of Polish companies in the recovery agenda, and the interest of BGK and PAIS in participating in such investments. So how can we contribute to the development of the concept of Poland as a hub for the recovery of Ukraine? And this is what we are going to discuss today. Let me introduce Dmytro Natalucha, the chairman of the Economy Committee of the Supreme Council of Ukraine, Jarosław Siergiej, the president of the Szczecin and Świnoujście Seaports Authority. Let me welcome Jakub Karnowski, member of the Ukrazliznia Council and the lecturer at the Warsaw School of Economics. We have Mateusz Walewski, the chief economist at BGK. We have Julia Mezyncewa, head of logistics, Metinvest Polska. Kamil Jedynak, the president of the management of board for OTL Logistics, and Wojciech Kuśpik, the president of the management board for PTWP Group, and Bartosz Urbaniak from AgroHub. Let me start with the following question, an opening question that will organize our discussion, and let me start with Mateusz Zalewski. As I've mentioned, we have a major surplus in the trade with Ukraine, and in recent years the volume of export from Ukraine has been decreasing. What are the causes of imbalances and what trends can we expect in our trade relations? And maybe a comment on the recovery projects where BGK can be involved in, and projects that will be the driving force to become a hub for Ukraine. We have a very tight schedule, a large number of speakers, so please reduce your pronouncements to roughly 4 minutes. Thank you very much. It's difficult to start after lunch. I'll try to wake you up somehow. The imbalance is quite obvious in the current situation in Ukraine. Ukrainian export has been decreasing. We could see the increase in the production recently. So the production capacity, the capacity of Ukrainian economy in general is much lower than before, and this Polish export, of course, large figures are very promising, but if we break down those into particular product groups, fuel play a leading role and products related to the military action, for instance, arms. So this imbalance between a country facing war and a country delivering products as an intermediary for the army and for civilians is something obvious. There's virtually nothing to analyze. We should not be over-optimistic because this increase is generated by fuel and arms. MP Kowal has mentioned that in BGK we do not use the reconstruction or rebuilding, but rather about recovery and the financing of growth, because rebuilding or reconstruction refers rather to significant damage that occurred. But if we break that down into particular reports, the majority of damage occurred at occupied areas. So the figures and the recovery should be associated with other categories. Usually we associate this process with transport, with the civil engineering sector, and Poland there does not have much to offer. If there's going to be the recovery of Ukraine, Polish companies will not play the leading role, but rather French, German, or Turkish companies. So we do have competitive advantages, not in the context of recovery or reconstruction, but rather recovery. The building of the resilience of the Ukrainian economy, provision of services, and the provision of various types of goods within projects implemented by smaller companies that are not considered large at the European scale. So we may take the lead in services, in social activity focusing on supporting veterans, education, healthcare, and there Poland has much to offer. And moreover, the competitive position of Polish companies is much better there than in the hard, large reconstruction. If we consider this process, we think and probably tomorrow we'll discuss it more. We will discuss this topic tomorrow regarding financing. But when we think about where, we think about smaller projects. So local governments and their contribution to the process, and Polish companies that are capable of implementing smaller projects contracted not by the central government, but other levels of administration. So our project with Credobank focuses on SMEs, and this is the type of support that we would like to focus on. It is important for us to focus on day-to-day cooperation, educational projects, knowledge-sharing projects, and we have to do it because today we cannot expect large investment projects in Ukraine. Right now, we build the foundation for future hard cooperation. We need to develop relations, contacts, and it's the right time to look for partners there to build the image of the Polish brand even much better. It's the time to provide training, to export our experience regarding European integration, and Ukraine can benefit much and Poland as well. Thank you very much. Perhaps one more question referring to various initiatives. The topic of the panel refers to infrastructure and logistics. Can you see some activities there where BGK can be involved in order to strengthen Polish-Ukrainian cooperation? There are many more experts on infrastructure and logistics than myself. So there are people in the panel who are more knowledgeable in these areas. So let me take this opportunity that the next speaker is sitting next to me. In the light of various trade relations and challenges for Poland and Ukraine, from the Ukrainian point of view, what is your take on the cooperation and recovery projects? What are the expectations from such a partner as Poland? And perhaps another question. In April this year, in Brussels, the European Parliament, confronted with natural questions about competition in the area of agriculture, responded that they see opportunities for synergies regarding cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, perhaps except corn. And what is your take on the synergies between Poland and Ukraine?
Thank you very much. And, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And thank you, dear Poland and the people of Poland, for all the kind support you provide. Український? Окей. Я хочу почати з того, що
Let me begin with some explanation, and then, based on the explanation, I can tell you where the best synergy can be created between Poland and Ukraine. So we need this change, the change in the concept of power in the world. Until 2022, power was an economic category. Countries, the most developed, enjoyed this opportunity to project their power. Small countries such as the Netherlands, Great Britain, and others were powerful in the world because of their economic power. Now the situation has been changing because Russia put a large question mark on the economy, and Russia focuses on demographics as the source of power. So right now we have the war between demographics and economy. Maybe not directly, but demographics as opposed to technological advancements against innovation, everything that the Western world is very strong at. Putin says, I don't care about your new technologies until I have enough people who can run with Kalashnikovs attacking tanks. And until that time, I'll be victorious. So they would like to combat quality with quantity. If he's right, then we will live in a very sad world because no other country in the EU can have such strong demographic arguments against Russia, China, North Korea. So we have the struggle between quality and quantity. We're not able to increase our demographics within 3 to 5 years, but we do have the possibility of creating technological synergies. We can integrate intellectual resources and capital, and we can create joint projects, take joint decisions to make our countries safe. For instance, 3 days ago, our Ministry of Defense released Reserve Plus, software so every man at the conscription age can input their data. 410,000 Ukrainians placed their information there. It's many times more than people contacting conscription points. And we are ahead of Russia right now, thanks to the technological solution. And there can be many such solutions. We can add such solutions on the border to control the flow of goods, the origin and the destination of the goods. And this is the direction we should support. We should try and prove that we can develop high-quality products that will be capable of combating or competing with products based on quality or quantity. And we do have the potential, and this issue with the blockade of borders. It's a tremendous success for our enemies. It's a tremendous success in terms of manipulating our governments and countries. Together, we are very strong, and technology should also strengthen us. Ukraine has been has this feedback loop, so the reaction time to challenges is very short. So the cybersecurity, IT security, and in Poland there are similar mechanisms, for instance, the combining of capitals, and we can create joint large companies that will benefit of the opportunities, and they can create a new technological market, a market for the future.
A very important thread in developmental discussions held in Poland, which is moving away from fossil fuel-based production into creating added value. I can see that in Ukraine this is a topical subject and understandable one. Now, I'd like to ask Wojciech Kuśmik to make a comment. We're observing this as part of this discussion, which is a huge interest on the part of the Polish entrepreneurs in potential reconstruction activities in Ukraine and their commitment into economic cooperation. How would you assess the types of economic branches or industries that can benefit the most from developing this type of cooperation, or investments which yet cannot fully develop, but we are counting on them being more and more visible on the horizon? First of all, indeed, the Polish business is hugely interested in cooperating with Ukraine. As before, Polish entrepreneurs helped Ukraine on a big scale, and they are still doing that. They want to cooperate now. Over a week ago, during the Katowice Congress, a lot of my interlocutors stressed that this is the Polish interest to cooperate well with Ukraine in economic terms. A great asset in our hands is our location, and the first sector that should cooperate with Ukraine on a big scale is the logistics sector. We should do anything that is possible on the part of the business and on the part of the Polish government to make sure that Poland is a logistics hub for Ukraine. Now, for various reasons, is not yet being fully utilized. Certainly, the whole defensive industry and industries that work for the benefit of the defensive industry is developing the double-use solutions. That's in the context of the defensiveness of Poland, but also in the context of cooperation with Ukraine. More and more often, we see a growing interest on the Ukrainian part in locating various activities or areas of production in Poland. That's an opportunity for Poland as well, for certain food processing, and I believe my colleague here will be able to say more about that. But I have heard, when talking to representatives of the food industry, that we should be doing anything possible. Over the last 15 years, all food industry advisors have been stressing that the Polish food industry should go into the direction of food processing, not just simple rural production or agricultural production. Our neighbor, Ukraine, is strong in agricultural production, so perhaps we could build here a hub for food processing of products coming from Ukraine to serve them. On the other hand, these entrepreneurs stressed many times that they were open. We have opportunities, we have the great asset of location, but what is needed is clearly tailored rules, good regulations, opportunities for financing, while my impression is that these are not sufficient yet. My impression is that there are slogans, declarations, but no specific framework for business to function within. Thank you. You have spoken about food industry and agricultural production, so we are naturally now moving on to Bartosz Urbaniak. As we know, income from the export of produce is one of the biggest sources of income for Ukraine, which have become even more important during the wartime. Export and transit through the EU is, at a certain point in time, a rescue line for Ukraine, which could not use preferred routes over the Black Sea. Now, thankfully, thanks to Ukrainian effort, this transport is being recovered and is gaining momentum. At the same time, we are seeing farmers protest in EU, which leads to the introduction of import bans, which complicates the functioning of economic routes. In this context, I'd like to ask you how to assess our activities, our efforts, so that we can become an important transit route for Ukrainian produce. Is this possible or not? And another question related to the first one, though, by reference to the situation of Ukraine, which before the war intensively developed the export of its produce to the Middle East, to Africa, to China. Now it is focusing more and more on exporting to the EU, especially to Southern Europe. Can we see this as an opportunity for our ports and logistics chains? Are we ready for that? Well, your questions are quite complex, but if I were to answer the first one about how we are utilizing these opportunities, well, we are not using them very well. We block the borders. We do not want to pass transits through, so it's hard to call it any type of approach aimed at developing any type of cooperation. But how should that look? Well, certain things will not change. For example, geography. Ukrainian rivers will always flow down to the Black Sea, so the easiest transport will be along the rivers, and then on from Black Sea port. Odessa, for example, has a bigger transshipment capacity than all Polish ports taken together. And then to the markets where, for example, grains are the most needed. Now, oil products are sent to Italy or Spain. Then the question is, why develop any logistics infrastructure to take away those products from Ukraine across the north? The Black Sea, well, it can be blocked very easily. The Black Sea, when you want to transit it, you need to go through a very narrow area, which can be blocked easily. The Baltic Sea cannot be blocked. So, if you look at this from the perspective of cooperation over a period of more than just 5 years, but if you look at it from the position of what Europe can look like 40 or 50 years from now, then you can think whether the Baltic Sea should perhaps be the second valve which will allow Ukraine to show continental partners that they have other options of exporting their stuff except the Baltic Sea, except the Black Sea. If we want to function normally, then we are doomed to cooperate with others. For this cooperation to be there, it has to be happening according to mutually beneficial rules. Now we are in a situation in which the Polish grains production industry is more adapted to the Ukrainian agriculture than to the Polish agriculture. The Polish feed production plants import millions of tons of grains from North America and South America. There's a Green Deal commitment hanging over our heads and the need to make Europe greener. So, looking at this, there is a lack of sense in bringing something on ships or thousands of miles from areas far away if you can get this from a country lying across your own border. This is one of the examples of showing where potentials do exist. Ukraine has an incredible agricultural production. The country can easily feed around 600 million people. So, Europe, which is facing decarbonization, has to be able to produce food in a way that is less carbon emitting. And in this context, Ukraine is the strategic partner which will make this task possible in the longer run. What does this mean? It won't be in such a way that suddenly through Szczecin or Gdańsk most of Ukrainian export will flow. It'll still mostly flow through the Black Sea, but it would be good if there were other options available. As for Romanians, Germans and Austrians, the capital, I do understand. because that's where the rivers flow to. But our movements, what Poland is doing, does not look very coherent. That's what we mentioned at the beginning. 2 tenders in the ports of Gdańsk or Gdynia have been cancelled recently. In Gdynia, it might look a bit more optimistic, but we will need to wait a bit more to see how any investments develop. So, talking about investments in port infrastructure and other infrastructures, I would like to ask a question to Kamil Jedynak from OT Logistics, which recently assumed a 3-year strategy for development, which assumes investments in the ports of Gdynia and Świnoujście and the expansion of the feed or grains terminal. So could you please tell us about activities that you are planning to take up soon? Could you please reveal some secrets to us about any plans on developing cooperation between Poland and Ukraine or the EU and Ukraine? Good afternoon. If the organizers allow me, I will for a minute act as a co-organizer, not just because we are co-organizing this event, but also because in Świnoujście we have one of our port terminals. So this convergence of the places is of special importance to me. Yes, we have assumed a new 3-year strategy, which is an answer to the present market situation and the current changes and the fact that everything is unexpected. The strategy means we should prepare to anything. We should invest into a full universality of our terminals. We should be prepared to the most of any possible scenarios. The experiences we have gathered over the last months or years show that being able to predict what is about to happen, the ability to predict how logistics flows will be arranged is impossible. A good example was what happened in 2022 and 2023 in terms of the coal crisis. After a few years where, through our ports, we did not handle coal transshipments, suddenly we were forced to handle oversized coal cargo. And then a few months later, this raw material, coal, disappeared almost entirely again. So it is impossible to forecast what the market will be exactly. But what we can do is to invest in a very efficient, state-of-the-art equipment of versatile uses, which will enable us to be prepared to various scenarios. In respect of the particular situation of cooperation with Ukraine, here the first question that comes up to mind is the agricultural market matter. One of the most important elements in developing our investments is to develop infrastructure related to agricultural production. Our Gdynia terminal, which handles over 2 million agricultural products, we are moving in the direction of investments that will allow us to increase that capacity and increase the capacity of our storage facilities. Świnoujście, in turn, and the terminal that we have here, historically this used to be a coal terminal specialized in exporting Polish coal. This was quite an old, dirty mass terminal, which currently requires a complete change of the concept for its functioning. Therefore, we are putting the main stress in our development and strategy on restructuring and developing this terminal. We are changing its image from a completely mass terminal into a universal terminal, or from bulk terminal into a universal terminal able to handle various types of products. We are also planning to build a container terminal, as we are or will be the direct hinterland for that terminal. We are putting a lot of stress on the ability to service or handle containers and goods carried using multimodal transportation. The investment that we have been talking about for some time now is one encompassing the finishing of an agro project started a few years ago. In Świnoujście, we already have a modern, large agricultural product storage of 85,000 ton capacity. Together with another smaller one, we have the capacity of around 100,000 tons. Formerly, we have not been able to have a connection between those storage areas and the terminal. We will finish that infrastructure next year. We will have a capacity of 20 tons a day, the biggest capacity of cargo handling in Poland. A huge stress is put today on terminals and the movement of products in the Tri-City. But we believe that in the current situation, we need to be developing other places too. Świnoujście is the perfect place to have such an alternative. But as regards cooperation with Ukraine, and not only Ukraine, because Ukraine is treated by us as any other customer, we need a long-term approach. We cannot work ad hoc when there's a sudden increase in cargo handling for a specific product. We are unable to adapt over 1 month or 2 months. We need governmental partners, we need administrative partners, and partners from large business who will be able to commit themselves or to describe their needs for the years to come. These are multi-million investments whose return period is a very long one. Hence, there's a need for a strategic attitude, an approach, and a wide look at the topic. Without the support of government and administration, we won't be able to do that. Of course, we are taking the risk. We are entering the agro-product market, but if we want to do this on a large scale, we need response from business partners and their commitment through agreements or promises of cooperation. As it comes to agricultural products, I would like to give you an example towards the end of my speech, that for some years we have been expanding our handling capacity from the current 2.5 million that we have in Gdynia now. Next year, in both our terminals, we'll be able to handle almost 5 million tons of agricultural products. However, we have not received any response from partners so far, either from Ukraine or from Poland, representatives of serious businesses with any perspectives for a longer period, longer term cooperation. Without that, we won't be able to solve this problem.
I'd like to ask an obvious question. You've planned to invest a lot, increase your handling capacity. In your opinion, do you think the development of infrastructure for handling, for delivering goods to our ports sufficient? The majority of goods are delivered by road, and according to the EU strategy, we should shift from road to rail. How does this translate into your plans? What do you expect in ports? When it comes to the delivery of grain to ports, especially grain to ports, we focus on truck transport by rail. The Świnoujście-based terminal has been handling road transport, but we already started the development of the rail capacity, and this is going to be the future. Of course, when it comes to the servicing of the Ukrainian market, we need to improve our infrastructure, in particular on the border. We need to change and develop a broader program to facilitate transit, including customs and administrative burden. When there was an increased demand for transit, it was a bottleneck, and these components prevented larger transport. On the other hand, we cannot forget that this is a multifaceted issue. There are limitations on the Polish side, but not only. When Black Sea ports started operating, there is less Ukrainian cargo in our ports, obviously. They shifted to cheaper logistics routes, and Ukrainian partners and ourselves need to consider whether Poland should be an alternative. If so, they need to cooperate with us, they need to cooperate with logistics companies at the strategic level to build such alternative in the future. So when there's sort of fire, we can deal with the problem. You started referring to some topics I'd like to address while talking with Julia Mezentseva. Metinvest Holding covered the full logistics chain, including production, mining, steel mills, distribution, and forwarding. So you actually cover everything. And you've been doing this in many countries, in the EU, beyond the EU, so you face full spectrum of challenges. And you also faced another challenge, which is the war. How have you handled that challenge, and how have you rerouted your operations, and what role Poland started playing in your logistics chain? Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum and giving me the opportunity to share our views. It's a vertical group, and we manage the entire supply chain from ore mining to the delivery of ready-made goods. We've been employing 600 people. We have steel mills in Great Britain, Bulgaria, Italy, in the United States. And today, in Ukraine, we use 75-85% of our capacity, and from the beginning of the invasion, from 2022, we had to rethink our approach to supplies in order to reshape our supply chain and to reach our end customers. When the Black Sea was blocked, we started delivering goods to our customers through Poland. Kamil is very familiar with the process because Świnoujście was the first port that we used to deliver ore to our customers in China. At the outset, the cost of delivery was very high, were 4 times higher than ordinary costs that we covered because we had to transport our goods through Poland as opposed to the transportation to the Black Sea. So it was a challenge. So when the Black Sea route was opened in August 2023, up until that time, we had to rebuild our logistics chain and we spent much time to develop relations with our partners in Poland, so we were able to operate efficiently in Polish ports. If we were to quote some figures, before the invasion, we exported 16 million tons of ore and steel. In 2023, it was 2 million steel and 11 millions of ore. And now we continue. We do have a strategy to rebuild our supply chain, and we focus on the delivery on time to our customers and to offer the best service possible. During a break, we had a chance to discuss it, and I remember that we also discussed some challenges that you faced while regarding transit through Poland. Can you also refer to those challenges? As I've mentioned, Poland was our natural partner for transit of our goods. So sometimes we had to reload once or twice because we have the broad gauge track in Ukraine and the narrower gauge in Poland. And then the first problem, the first difficulty is to face those differences on borders border crossings were not prepared for increased transportation of goods. For instance, Medyka, Zamość, Sławków, much investment is needed there. Not only investment in equipment, but also in human resources. You need to have relevant people to operate the equipment to improve productivity and efficiency. So there's still some space for improvement, and transit procedures will have to be improved. We also notified that to the Ministry of Finance that the procedure of joint transit, which is there and can be extended to different goods, it needs to be implemented, and we need to use electronic platforms in order to expedite the process, to process documents and to reduce paperwork. And for us, the cargo owner, procedures should be more transparent and easier. We do not try to evade certain solutions, but we'd like to have the documents processed faster. And certain depletion of the volume of goods in transport needs to be taken into account. This refers to rail regulations and customs regulations and the interface between the two. This is what we've been following. We've been notifying relevant services and authorities regarding these particular issues. Thank you very much for that. During our discussion, we have a recurring topic of increasing logistics capacity and cargo handling of goods in ports. I'd like to ask Jarosław Siergiej, we've heard about delay in investment in Gdańsk-Gdynia. Is it an opportunity for your ports to develop certain investment? What is your strategy for the upcoming period? Thank you very much for the question. The Szczecin-Świnoujście Seaports Authority has its development strategy. It is not based on problems in other basic ports core ports for the Polish economy, those in Gdańsk and Gdynia. Nevertheless, certain conditions due to geopolitical changes also influence our strategy. If you look at the map, Szczecin and Świnoujście is situated roughly 1,000 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and more than 500 kilometers is between the Polish-Ukrainian border and Gdańsk and Gdynia. And when they consider different directions of supply and the development of their supply chains through Polish ports have been preparing for that. Regardless the development in Ukraine, Polish ports have been preparing to increase their capacity, cargo handling capacity in particular. Why? Because we follow certain trends and statistics, and extraordinary situations in recent years provoked a lot of thinking. 2022 and 2023, the invasion in Ukraine, and there was a need to import large volumes of coal to Poland, and all ports were swamped under large volumes of coal, and there was this demand on the part of Ukrainian partners to export agricultural produce through our ports. So Polish ports operated at the very edge of their cargo handling capacity. So we made some decisions, long-term, multiple-year decisions, decisions that were made years ago, but the development in Ukraine and geopolitical changes only expedited the implementation of these decisions, and Szczecin-Świnoujście seaports prepare to receive and handle larger ships, to be able to handle ships of much larger draft. We develop our quayside berthing facilities and storage yards, and whatever is going on at the quays is a business decision of our port partners, and they've been also preparing for certain developments based on the trends on the market. So a panacea for the uncertain geopolitical situation is to make our ports more universal. Just as the previous speaker has mentioned, the person representing OTL Logistics, we shift from traditional cargo handling, from bulk cargo, to more diversified cargo. Of course, we still keep our bulk cargo capacity, but we try to expand our cargo handling capacity in other areas, including agricultural produce. Still before invasion, perhaps in Szczecin and Świnoujście we didn't have much cargo from Ukraine before invasion, but we received larger volumes of ore exported through the ports of Szczecin and Świnoujście. This export and stopped because mining locations stopped operating or are inaccessible. And we also increased our capacity in imports. There were spot deliveries of LNG to Ukraine and fuels. So from the point of view of our port authority, we keep changing, we keep increasing our cargo handling capacity, also in the context of the development in Ukraine, because at a certain moment, just as the person from BGK mentioned, the recovery process will take place and there will be much demand for materials that will keep coming from every direction to Ukraine. And what is our advantage is that the supply chains going through Poland are safe. There are no threats to cargo. Unloaded in the port, cargo can be safely transported to the place of its destination. Thank you very much. We've had very extensive discussion regarding port capacity. Of course, we will count on the development of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, and naturally goods will have to be transported from ports to Ukraine. Let me now address Dr. Jakub Karnowski with a question, and let me resort to his experience. Let me ask you about the development of railway transit between our countries. As we know, previous projects announced and initiated by the previous government failed for various reasons. So let me ask you to provide a brief comment on reasons why these projects have not been implemented yet, and what should happen to promote that development, the development of railway transport, because it fits into the development of transport and connectivity in the EU. Thank you very much for the question. Before I respond to this question, let me promote a publication by my students while developing this booklet regarding proposed reforms in Ukraine, regarding reforms in Ukraine. This scientific circle consists of students mainly from Ukraine, but during the first year we've been cooperating with them. There are several booklets available. I'm very glad that the demand exceeds supply. Last week, we had the Ukrainian week at the Warsaw School of Economics, and one of my students is Mr. Zvarich. And let me respond to your questions. In the past 817 days from the full-scale aggression, not much has happened. I'm not a politician myself, but I do not refrain to provide very clear statements on what's going on in Poland and in Ukraine. On the 23rd of April, exactly 2 months after the aggression, Prime Ministers Morawiecki and Szmycha signed a memorandum, and there were various issues included in the memorandum regarding humanitarian aid. There was a plan to develop Polish-Ukrainian railway company to deal with transit of grain from Ukraine through Poland, because already at that time it was obvious that the Black Sea route would not be available. It was the end of April that year, and in short, nothing happened during the first year and a half, and the harvest of next year should be the deadline for solving this problem. Then a formal company, joint venture company, was established, but nothing happened. A year and 8 months later, we have a new board at the Polish railway company. 2 weeks ago, a new temporary board was established for PKP Cargo, and in this Polish-Ukrainian railway company, only several people are employed, and basically nothing is going on. In January last year, Укрзалізниця established UZ Cargo Poland, responsible for the transport of goods that was something that was not possible for the joint venture company. The reason of that was that Beata Szydło and Mateusz Morawiecki's governments subordinated to the current politics and propaganda. And PKP did nothing in this particular area. These were only apparent movements, and PKP Cargo started to be listed in 2014. It was the second railway transport company in Europe after Deutsche Bahn, and it had this informal title of national champion in Poland. After 9 years, this company is worth 10%. It lost half of the market because in Poland it had a 50% market share, mainly because Prime Minister Morawiecki issued an ordinance to transport coal from north to south, the opposite direction than previously, and PKP Cargo lost contracts and customers. And after very good years for railway transport, PKP Cargo lost a lot to its competition. I'm saying about this because Ukrzęznica is a company that handles very well during the past 800 days, and I'm very glad because of that. I heard a lot about the punctual or timely passenger transport there. In 2023, generated more profit in the cargo part, and minus the loss on passenger transport and maintenance of the infrastructure, the total sum of that was higher than the profit of PKP Cargo in Poland.
This is an answer to the question, if we give up political correctness, why did not certain mechanisms work which would allow for common business to be done, carrying the goods that have to be carried in order for both the parties to have something to do? Talking about the perspective of Poland, there's no other scenario than Ukraine in the EU, because there's no other scenario for Poland than Ukraine who has not lost its war to Putin. Otherwise, we would be in a very bad geopolitical situation. So we have to face the fact that there are a lot of years to go before full formal integration is ensured. Certainly, certain things need to be adapted to such a huge country as Ukraine in the EU, but there's no other option for us to block the border. And this is another thing I want to say. Of course, what happened at the border was at the beginning of this year. I'm talking about the illegal blockade of the Polish-Ukrainian border and about those disgraceful pro-Putin slogans. Of course, I'll make here a digression. We know what Russia is good at. Russia is good at using certain weaknesses of democracies in using, especially in its disinformation policy, such weaknesses. And that was definitely an expression of that. So we, as Poland, need to learn to use the opportunities offered by the Poland's geographical location. Talking in simplified terms, grains will enter Europe anyway. A few hours ago, I just read a text that an interport was being built near Koszyce in Slovakia. I know that a lot of agricultural products go through Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, using Ukrzęznica rolling stock. Hungarians are not so friendly towards Ukrainians as Polish people are. So why are they more eager to let Ukrainian rolling stock to enter their area? I used to be a president of PKP, Polish Railways, and I remember some 15 years ago there was an idea in Russia that they should, in their own railway, should detour Poland through Košice in Slovakia. That's what is being done by Slovakians because Poland is blocking its border. That's absurd and that's stupid in all respects, and that's something that needs to be solved. In 3 days from now, the first meeting will be held between the president of the Ukrainian Railways and the new president of the Polish Railways, and I hope that all these problems we're talking about here, which are the result of the poor government we had and that luckily ended last year, will be solved. This will not be easy. This will not be short term. This will take time and it will be done under difficult conditions, also in the situation of further intervention from Russian propaganda and from what is happening on the Polish and Ukrainian border. Thank you. Thank you for answering the question and sub-question that is included in the topic of this panel, meaning what about the blockade on the border? We all understand that this is logical, that blocking the borders does not favor the solving of any problems. It rather deepens any problems that there are. Also, what Jacek Piechota said, when the border was being blocked, he clearly protested against that. Blocking the borders does not build relationships. It only deepens problems. And the solutions to such problems are somewhere else. Now, we are nearing the end of our panel. I don't think we have much time to dwell on the topics for any longer. So I would like to thank you for your contributions and your interesting comments. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Go ahead, of course. Before we finish, coming back to the idea of quality, we need to think about the example that is given to us by the airport in Basel. That airport belongs to two states. It is managed by France and Switzerland. That airport is located on three borders between Germany, France, and Switzerland, and it's Basel that can be an interesting example, and it can be an encouragement for a terminal to be built with shared processes related to border crossing, all customs formalities, and can be an encouragement for us to build a new Europe in the context of the new Polish-Ukrainian cooperation. Thank you very much for this last contribution, because the Basel airport is one of the biggest ones that handles the sessions of the European Parliament. It's that airport that is used by everybody coming to those sessions. If I may add to the previous contributions concerning the blockades and the borders, when they were being held, nobody had any problem mentioning the millions of tons. Nobody had any problem about millions of tons of Russian grains entering Poland. Nobody said anything about that. Now, tomorrow morning we are presenting our group. We are presenting our new terminal in Świnoujście. We would like to show to you its capacity. It is a deep water one with huge reserves. Interesting projects can be realized there. Like Professor Belka said, it's a space for various hubs food hubs. So I encourage you to come tomorrow morning for the presentation, but at 5 p.m. we will be visiting that port. The form of the visit will be a surprise. If you're interested, please report to the organizers. However, the number of available places on the tour is limited. I would like to add to you something interesting. Kuba has encouraged me to say that. We have 15 young people from Ukraine with us. They are students of economic studies and employees of Ukrainian banks. They will be with us with interruptions until December, doing an internship. They are also studying public policy and design, a special program at UPS University tailored to their needs. They are meeting on Thursday with Mr. Bodnar, and they will also be writing a program for the development of Ukraine. And now I came up with an idea that we might perhaps publish it. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your contributions. And now I'm giving the floor to Dariusz Szymczycha, who will ask both the panelists to take their seats. If you agree to publish that plan, we will print that out. Polska Izba Druku, Kaźmierczyk.
Tu gramy razem. Integrujemy. Inspirujemy do rozwoju. Inicjujemy działania. Wierzymy we współpracę. 41 miast i gmin. Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska metropolia. Pierwsza metropolia w Polsce.
Or about the need to cooperate between defensive industries of NATO countries and Ukraine. We are at a moment where we are aware of the fact that defensive capacities of Ukraine are shaped by its own armed forces, by international assistance, and by industrial production in Ukraine, which, on the one side, creates the budgetary conditions or circumstances for running the war, because it's not a secret that financial assistance from democratic allies cannot be used for defensive purposes, but only for civilian purposes. And on the other hand, the industry in Ukraine works in a wartime mode, which is caused by limitations of electricity supply, limitations of labor force, and the mode in which everything is done for the armed forces of Ukraine. Last year, Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, informed that around 300,000 people were working for the Ukrainian defensive sector. The defensive sector tripled its production from the pre-war time. The first question goes to Ruslan Perun. What can Ukraine give to the European defensive sector? Just experience or maybe technologies? Thank you for inviting me to take part in this forum. I would like to tell you that this is a very good platform for contacts, for discussions, for talking about important things. On behalf of the embassy, I would like to thank the Polish government for everything that it is doing to us, the Polish ministries, the Polish side in this regard. We know how important it is what is being delivered to Ukraine. I would like to thank the Ministry of Technology Development for their active cooperation, for a prompt solving of any issues. I would like to say that as it comes to the defensive industry, there is a very active cooperation held with the Polish side, and the Ukrainian embassy to Poland is directing that cooperation. We are holding the highest level meetings, we are holding negotiations relating to the creation of new enterprises, and in the nearest months we are planning to run a huge forum between Poland and Ukraine. Works in this direction are also being carried out in the embassy itself. What do I want to say as regards what we Ukrainians are doing? Despite the war being held within the territory of Ukraine, which has now been going on for over 800 days, Ukraine, in running its wartime effort, is very successful. I want to say that all of that is being done through the prism of the needs that are currently very important in respect of maintaining life, securing lives, and taking care of investments within the territory of Ukraine. Another question about the successes that Ukraine has achieved, which we can share with our partners in respect of, for example, joint production of various pieces of equipment. Here we can talk about the production of drones of various types that are used both in short distance and medium distance fighting. We're talking also about the pilotless aerial craft flying for over 1,000 kilometers. Such undertakings are developing very fast in Ukraine. All these engineering solutions constitute a huge experience, a huge resource that Ukrainian side, Ukrainian engineers are holding. They are all being tested on the battlefield. They are very effective. Another element related to drones is the use of sea drones. There are no similar solutions available anywhere else in the world. And here we are talking about drones that have drowned many Russian floating vessels so far. And they have prevented Russia from using the potential of its navy on the Black Sea. I'd also like to talk to you about the production of anti-tank weapons and other weapons related to mining that are being used by Ukrainians on the battlefield, which have proven themselves. We've also seen such elements of cooperation as the Ukrainian technological thought can bring in with regards to production, especially in respect of cooperation with Poland or NATO countries. As Darek has said already, today in Ukraine, regardless of the missile attacks and drone attacks, Ukrainian energy production is still functioning despite having received blows. 50% of Ukrainian energy infrastructure has been destroyed so far, but still, thanks to the skills of Ukrainian power engineers, the system is still working and it is still supplying electricity to Ukrainian industry, especially those enterprises that work for the defensive effort. The banking system works efficiently. We've received various visits from national banks that have come to us, and we have been able to show to the Polish side, for example, our solutions, and the Polish side has been so surprised by how efficiently we are able to secure the functioning of the banking system in Ukraine despite the war. So, what do we need? First of all, we need sufficient amounts of ammunition, missiles, which we need desperately so that we can continue defending ourselves and repelling the enemy out of our own territory. We need anti-aircraft defensive systems, as Zbaric has said. We need Patriot systems so that we can secure the Ukrainian sky and prevent any further destruction to the infrastructure. In such a way, we will be able to protect measures spent on the building of infrastructure, and first of all, we can secure lives. F-16, that's also a very topical need for Ukraine in order to secure our skies and to deter our enemy so that we can carry out counter-offensive operations, which, what would be a good solution in our opinion? Recently we have heard a lot about an engineering potential that Ukraine has that we could use on the spot. The Ukrainian side is very interested in potential purchases from our Ukrainian partners who would like to produce and buy weaponry in Ukraine so that we can meet the demands related to logistics, handling, services, and thus contribute to the budget of Ukraine, create jobs for people working for the defensive and industrial complex. These questions, these issues are now very topical, so we are now addressing our foreign partners to ask them to consider whether to buy Ukrainian enterprises or buy from them weaponry that the Ukrainian side can produce and give to Ukrainian armed forces for the war effort. This one, various sorts of weapons have gone to Ukraine. And it is not a common phenomenon for an army to gain experience through war using various types of weaponry delivered by the free world. So my question now goes to General Adam Duda, who between 2015 and 2017 was the chief of the Armament Inspectorate of the Polish Ministry of Defense. So he, as a professional, can perhaps look at the experience gained by the armed forces of Ukraine, their experience on various sorts of equipment, from various supplies, under various conditions. Will this change the principles according to which military equipment is designed? What will it change in the world of defensive production globally?
Thank you very much for the question. Of course, the war in Ukraine has changed everything. It has changed the programming of armed forces. Until 2022, we had a moderate peace in Europe, the peace dividend that Professor Berka has mentioned. We had sort of normal planning and programming of armed forces within the period of 10 and 15 years, something typical for peacetime. When the war broke out in Ukraine, everything has changed, and we overcome barriers in declaring aid. During the first days and weeks, if we remember all the discussions who should first donate equipment to Ukraine, what type of equipment it should be, whether it should be light weaponry or offensive weaponry. Now we all know we're 2 years into the wartime and Ukraine encountered everything directly, and we, using the bad experience marked with the blood of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. We've been developing various analyses. We've been trying to implement them while purchasing weaponry. And during the first weeks of the conflict, Poland transferred large numbers of T-72 tanks. We sent hundreds of them. We transferred more than 50 and less than 100 more modern tanks produced in Poland, 14 Leopard 204, and a number of aircraft, several launchers typical for the former USSR army. We also transferred two S-1 launchers, Grad launchers, and modern weaponry in the form of anti-air missiles and thousands of machine guns. even though this project was at a very fledgling stage. So Poland learned much from the fighting Ukrainian army. I was not directly involved in the transfer of weaponry, but in 2008 we also transferred Grom missiles to Georgia. But regarding the weaponry, of course, in an extraordinary procedure, we had to complement what was missing there. And we had to have those gap fillers. We tried to source everything that was available. Now we're more considerate, but initially people were skeptical regarding Korea. We purchased large volumes of equipment from Korea. It was not communicated with the society, and the society and experts watched everything with awe. The same applied to howitzers, launchers, competing with our Polish Krab howitzer. So we actually learned a lot through transferring equipment to Ukraine. We learned a lot about parameters of the equipment to be implemented. So we're in the process of implementing and utilizing our experience while defining equipment requirements for new aircraft, new tanks, armed vehicles. We take into account all the experiences from the Ukrainian front. The establishment of drone troops. Drones basically changed the combat theater. Today, we still don't have much experience. We still don't have F-16. We don't know how the situation in the front will change once they start using much higher generation aircraft. I've just heard something. Is it realistic to establish Polish, Ukrainian, Korean R&D center for the armament industry? R&D, in my opinion, is the only way to build our own defense potential. We need to invest in R&D, because if we don't, and such an opportunity today when the society is capable of designating 5 billion zlotys in 2021, 2035, it's possible to designate 500 billion zlotys to build our own defense capability, to develop our own products, and only then such products can be offered to our armed forces. Every client asks that question, whether domestic armed forces have been using such an equipment, whether it's possible to establish such a consortium involving Korea. I don't know. If we analyze various other consortia created in the EU, within the EU programs, and here I would like to call to civil servants and MPs of the European Parliament to revise their approach to regulations. If we analyze cooperation, there are always barriers. Companies operate for profit, essentially, with some exceptions, of course, but if we analyze today EU projects, where R&D focuses on the peacetime development, and there is no path to invite Ukrainian parties, not in the formula that I can imagine. Since Ukraine is at the verge of accession negotiations, they should enjoy a very special status when it comes to the accession negotiations. Unfortunately, we don't have MEPs among us. There was a directive established in 2009, implemented by Poland in 2013, in February that year, and nothing has changed in this defense directive. So today's regulations are outdated. So if Ukraine became an EU member state tomorrow, they will face this Directive 81 when it comes to public procurement. Of course, the war follows its own principles and rules, but I believe that first we need to develop a legal framework supporting cooperation. Without such a legal framework, such cooperation will not be possible. Even though a Polish, Ukrainian and Korean consortium was established, they will have to struggle against Ukrainian, Polish and EU laws separately. The next speaker represents a private company. You've started the cooperation on drones with Ukraine still before the war. What is the experience of your company regarding drones? And not only. At the outset, I'd like to debate what the general has said. The Polish, Ukrainian, Korean consortium is already there. Perhaps it's not formal, but the path is very simple. The Korean equipment for land armed forces purchased by our inspectorate is fitted with communication systems and fire control systems developed by the Polish WB group. Moreover, R&D by Korean companies, R&D projects involve also Ukrainian partners. And some of the equipment gets to Poland as well. So this is the situation that we have today. Let me refer to what you've said. Of course, informally, the cooperation is always better, but I'm talking about very formal cooperation. Of course, we can establish such a consortium in this very room, but then when we go to authorities and we place our bid as a consortium, and then they check various criteria for our participation, we will have to struggle against the legal framework. Engineering companies are capable of finding their ways. I look at Prime Minister Pawlak, and I understand he would like to take the floor. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to thank the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber, especially Jacek Piechota. I'd like to congratulate his endurance and methodical approach while organizing this forum. What you've said is a very good example that Poland, during its presidency next year, should include such R&D cooperation as one of the priorities. Already today, they started discussing that defense will be underscored by Poland during its presidency. Of course, what the general has said, the need to change the directive, to change the rules and principles and adjusting them to the current situation, the same should apply to the Polish law. But I'd like to support the proposal presented by Mr. Danelucha. regarding creating a joint zone. Poland was very successful during the transformation process because we established special economic zones, especially in regions of worse economic situation. Let me give you an example of the Polish, Czech, and German border area. They created an automotive hub, and in these regions, many attractive jobs were created. And we had joint customs clearance for Euro 2012, and perhaps we should create such a development zone, for instance, in Poland. It should be quite easy from the institutional point of view, and we may work on EU regulations to make them more supportive for such cooperation. The entire Polish-Ukrainian border area can be treated as a special economic zone. There is much land for investment. Rzeszów, with an economic zone close to the airport, in Jasionka, where we have this aviation valley. So a joint economic zone can be a good idea, and we should voice such an idea after the forum. I believe that Mr. Andrzej Dycha can also help this development in the Polish Investment and Trade Agency and promote the development of joint projects in the border area, also in the area of defense industry and the production for the military, and improve logistics, and so on and so forth. We do enjoy much capacity on both sides that can be very promising for joint projects. Polish companies are interested in such investment to cater for the Polish and Ukrainian armies. There are examples of new approaches to the combat theater, where it turns out that equipment of light chivalry deals with the heaviest equipment. So we need to reshape our strategies, develop smaller type of equipment, change the tactics, and build synergies between different pieces of equipment to increase the combat capacity. Let me also tell you about another area where we were involved in supportive activity. This applies to the protection of civilians on the part of firefighters. In the initial days, we arranged quick support for Ukrainian DCS. We provide training there to build the resilience of the society, of civilians. And we promote the establishment of voluntary firefighting units there, because after the war, veterans need to find a social role. They should not feel neglected, they should feel needed, and they should be able to use their experience. And I believe that the Polish experience regarding voluntary firefighters and firefighting units can be very helpful. We already transferred much equipment there. Initially, the equipment was from the voluntary firefighting units, because there was no regulations, there was no legal framework to be able to do that at the state level. And we develop such solutions in Rzeszów and in other locations. We deliver equipment there, and Ukrainians can collect this equipment from there. So there is much technological capacity. Let me just mention two examples. Smart helmet, a helmet for a firefighter that with infrared vision and 3K cameras, so the picture from the situation can be transferred to the management center. And another idea, which involves the use of Starlinks, of the first rescuer. A person can push a button at the mobile phone, a rescuer has a matching application, and they can provide assistance much faster. After 1 minute or 3 minutes, the rescue services can appear at the site. So the reality regarding defense as well as protection of civilians change. I'm not a voluntary firefighter, but I was a scout instructor, so I can always relate to what you've said. I'd like to report that the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce transferred equipment to firefighters in Kharkiv in 2022. We selected the equipment. We were able to purchase that equipment thanks to the support of Western Pomeranian firefighters. So thank you very much for that. What is the experience of WB Electronics Ukraine? How this experience from a wartime country can impact your position on the global markets?
I need to boast here a little. We were the first company globally which, towards the end of 2014, where the war started, because it did not start in 2022. We were talking about a full-scale invasion. I'm talking about any invasion. The Russian aggression against Ukraine started in 2014. So, towards the end of 2014, Ukraine received the first systems from us, when the world did not know whether to give them export permissions or not. All administrations were lost. Here, thanks to the help from our government, we dealt with this issue very promptly, and our equipment started ending up in Ukraine quickly. During those first years of less intensive war, allowed us to build systems which now are proving themselves perfectly, thanks to mainly cooperation with the users. We have a very good relationship and feedback from the operators that are flying our equipment. We are receiving on an ongoing basis information about operations of the enemy, and we can operate regarding the information that we receive. I can definitely say that our equipment that is being received by Ukraine now is the best in the world, and we are the only company so far, since the beginning of the war, that has increased production 12-fold. Right now, we have a capacity of producing unmanned systems as the whole world except for China. So this is a very large potential that we build thanks to cooperation with the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, thanks to cooperation with the Ministry of Strategic Branches of Industry in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have a company which emerged as a logical chain of events. We started with delivering equipment, then we needed to organize servicing, then we needed to secure our own facilities there, and UB Ukraine was created. Now, UB Ukraine is building around 30 to 40% of equipment in value of whatever we deliver. From R&D to the production of the ready-made product, 30% of the unmanned aerial vehicles are produced in Ukraine. So organically, this cooperation developed in this way. There was no program imposed by anyone above us. No, this program came from the needs which were born in the course of our actions. We are in a special situation. Most of you are talking about the future, about the perspectives, but we are working under the conditions of here and now, because what we are delivering is very needed, is actually indispensable for Ukraine at the moment. So our optics are different. We are looking at these things a bit differently than you do. Here I would like to express huge thanks to our governmental factors, which after the breakout of the war in Ukraine simplified the procedures definitely. If the deliveries of military equipment were provided according to the old-time rules, this would have taken a much longer time, and probably the first systems would be delivered only now. Another thing, by reference to what my predecessors spoke about, the industry and the technological capacities of building competencies, Ukraine inherited after the former Soviet Union a huge R&D potential in regard of any types of weapons, from maritime weapons through armed forces, through army weapons, to others, like aviation, Antonov plants, for example. Ukraine has been the third in the world and has not lost its position. We are using the organic experiences of Ukrainian engineers. They are working for us. We are cooperating with engineers from Ukrbom, which is an equivalent of our PGZ, since around 2015-2016. And this cooperation is materializing in the supplies that we are securing for Ukraine right now and for the Polish military. Thank you. That's an impressive experience. What is a shame is that the experience is gained under such tragical conditions. Among us, we have Krzysztof, who combines experiences of a huge American company with the experiences from the cluster circumstances in the European dimension. Which model is more effective in creating innovation for the defensive industry? A cluster model or a huge private company located far away from front lines? I don't think it makes sense to juxtapose the two against one another, because depending on what we are supposed to solve, we can employ different methods of reaching success. Where we have a group of small and medium-sized companies, the cluster model will prove itself very well. However, where we have huge concerns, such as the company that I run in Poland, which is a branch of Northrop Grumman, one of the three largest defense industry companies in the US, a company that has almost $30 billion a year in income, it employs thousands of people and generates a potential that is able to solve a lot of basic technical solutions and move the world of the technology of weaponry forward on its own, which does not mean that a company like that, a large company like this, does not cooperate with scientific institutions and sometimes even small and medium-sized companies dispersed all over the world. But apart from answering your question, I would like to contribute to this discussion a few words that will perhaps destabilize slightly our sense of security. And this is what I'm addressing to our listeners too. For over 2 years, I've been participating in discussions concerning the defensive industry and defense. And they look like this. We sit like in a panel of 10 of us or 8 of us, peacefully discussing that Ukraine is fighting there, so we are shifting some equipment there, we are producing here, and the sense is as if we were planning an excursion, some green school excursion to a primeval forest. Well, I lack this dramatism, because we need to be aware of what is happening. We are talking about our neighbor, Ukraine, fighting for over 2 years now, or for over 800 days, against a very dangerous enemy, which so far has taken over 20% of Ukraine or even more, which is Russia, the number 2 in the defensive potential globally. Ukraine was outside of the first 10. Now Ukraine is believed to occupy the 9th or 10th position in defensive capabilities globally, thanks to these investments that they have made. So the situation is absolutely dramatic. But what is even more dramatic, and what is striking me, is how far we were not prepared for that. How many of our beliefs, wrong beliefs, were exposed. Was it really so difficult to forecast that across our eastern border there is a country with such a huge potential and with such serious aggressive intentions? As the gentleman from UB said, it did not start in 2022, but it started in 2014, but earlier it started in 2008 in Georgia, and Georgia also had 20% of its area taken over by Russia. So what makes me wonder about all this? Some steps were taken by us so late that it is even astonishing. Suddenly, dramatically, we started looking for equipment, buying equipment, running all over the world to buy what was available since 2022. But earlier, it was business as usual. I don't want to say we were all relaxed, but we said, will we buy? We will, or maybe not. If the purchasing program will shift in time by 2 years, it will. If it will shift by 5 years, it will, no problem. There was a question, what kind of conflict may we be facing? Perhaps some kind of NATO intervention requiring 15 or 100 troops to be sent to a faraway country. But here locally, nothing will happen. And this is one of the dramatic things that we should remember now, that regardless of that, because the situation will become more peaceful. If God allows that, Ukraine will defend itself. But we should not go back to the thinking we had for the former 3 decades, that these are just theoretical issues discussed in movies or books. No, this is tangible. So I'm talking about this in the context of having to maintain the entire defensive and industrial complex or system, because this system for the last 3 decades has been demolished to a huge degree in Poland. I think you said that Ukraine has 300,000 defensive industry employees. Poland, when we were entering a new economic system in 1989, Poland also had around 300,000 employees in the defensive sector. Now we have less than 40,000, including PGZ and the entire aviation industry. So we have reduced the labor force here considerably. We should draw conclusions, not for today, not for tomorrow, but for the coming 2 or 4 decades, because the geopolitical situation will not change. We have not heard anything about an idea of Russia that they will be moving their state borders behind the Ural mountain range. Another thing The war in Ukraine is a proof also that our convictions concerning the structure of the defensive industry and the cooperation with the military were naive. Meaning, I remember that we used to say, why do we need a defensive industry that will produce during war? A war will be quick and nobody will be able to produce anything. Well, Ukraine is proving that they are able to defend themselves and being successful because they are building, producing on an ongoing basis in garages. They are building thousands of small drones at homes in garages by people assembling them from small parts. Another thing that we need to remember, it's worthy having a good defensive industry because it will participate in a war. It's not for us to build something and put it on a shelf, no. And another thing, if you have a strong army and a strong defense industry, it does not mean that it is only used to be in the for its own country. No, you can also support others. Ukraine is doing a lot of good things for Poland and for the whole Europe. We are unable to compensate them for what they are doing, but even what we are doing for them is still a lot. However, what do I mean? That we should be building our defensive potential in order to share it with others and to build the strategic value of our country in the region. That we should be the real leader in the region, together with Ukraine, together with other countries like Romania, so that we have our strategic weight. And this is a very important conclusion to be drawn from what is happening today.
I have this déjà vu when I hear the declaration like the President of the Commission, when she proclaimed that there's going to be a turbocharge of the Polish Commission. Juncker proclaimed the reindustrialization of Europe, and it was in 2016. At that time, the beginning was quite nice, and now we try to put this shovel back into sand. We have Sergei Sivkach with us, combining unique experience because he was a CEO of Ukraine Invest. He was responsible for attracting investors, foreign investors to Ukraine. Now he's been working for a large US fund investing in Europe. What type of investment is needed in the defense industry in your country? Thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to thank the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber and all colleagues who enabled me to join your forum. We do not focus on the defense industry. We've been cooperating with the civilian industry. I can only comment what you've said, but my comments will not be the comments authorized by the company I represent. War is a misery, but it involves technological boom. Whenever war started, people became more creative because they are fighting for their own lives, for their own country. And this is what we can witness in Ukraine at the moment. This happens on both sides. The other side looks what we've been doing, and the other side improves their technology as well. But they live within their Soviet parameters, and they do not fully understand what's going on. For instance, the war of drones. Quite recently, I've heard that there was a troop established, the troop of unmanned vehicles. Russia noticed that drones can be active and efficient during the war, and they focused on mass production of drones. So changes during the war take place so fast that new technologies can become antiquated within a month. It's possible to create something that will outperform previous solutions. So in my opinion, we should focus on innovation centers. We should promote the cluster capable of developing new technologies. Let's have an example of Boeing. They don't have factories that restore old equipment. They invest in production. The production is very, very costly. So it's better to have innovation centers and invest in mid-size and small companies to do what is more up to date and be able to be flexible, to be competitive, especially during wartime, because it's a question of lives that can be lost. I support the creation of clusters involving Poland and Ukraine, our neighbors, Korea, the United States. But first of all, I'd like to focus on technology innovation centers who can provide more and better advice in such topics as bulletproof vests. There are already technologies that can facilitate the production of equipment that could protect our servicemen. For instance, night vision equipment. We have the technological base. We have our brothers and sisters with whom we should jointly fight against the enemy, with the center of anti-democratic power. It's not only Russia, it is also Iran supporting this war and other countries that you are very well familiar with. So there should be a very forward-looking center capable of changing their position depending on what's going on, to be able to develop more efficient weaponry defending democracy. As regards investment that can be attracted in the area of defense in Ukraine, unfortunately, this sector will continue growing in the upcoming 10 or 20 years. So we need to be stronger, but stronger wisely. We need to take smaller steps, but forward. What's DARPA? DARPA is an agency, it's a scientific science and defense agency in the US, and they try to foresee technologies of not only tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. This is where they developed space technologies that later were implemented in the form of cellular phone and the internet and so on and so forth. So we are now working for the future of the world. This applies to technologies that will be implemented in the industry, technologies that will be needed also elsewhere in the world. We have the president of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Prime Minister and Senator Waldemar Pawlak said that a joint economic zone is needed. We've heard that we should develop our joint R&D centers based on the experience of the war. Prime Minister Tusk, during his visit to Kiev in January, announced the cooperation between defense industries in Poland and Ukraine. And you traveled a lot recently. You went to Korea. There was a defense component of your visit. Last week you were in Ukraine, in Kiev. Is the Polish-Ukrainian defense cooperation approaching much faster than up until recently. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's an interesting question because the Polish Investment and Trade Agency has not been dealing with the defense industry. This is the first thing I'd like to draw your attention to. The Polish Investment and Trade Agency has always been attracting capital to Poland in non-military sectors. And when I previously cooperated with Prime Minister Pawlak in the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Economy, in cooperation with the Ministry of Defense, resorting to offset an instrument developed together with armament contracts, we stimulated the development of the defense industry. But the new situation that we see today remodeled the previous operation and exposed weaknesses. We already started to expand the traditional mandate given to the Polish agency with the dual application component and the defense industry. The defense industry is similar to the space industry and atom industry. And in all three areas, Ukraine enjoys much competences, have historically been the drivers of economic growth. On the one hand, the development, and on the other hand, development based on innovation. And it seems that the time and circumstances created this unique opportunity. So by attracting investment into the defense industry, creating R&D centers should enable us to develop the innovation driving force for the future in Poland. A good speech should consist of 3 points, as we've heard today. So the third point is analogous to the digital sector. After the outburst of the full-scale war in 2022, the majority of Ukrainian assets were shifted to Poland, including the cloud database, human resources related to R&D, banking sector. So now Poland is #1 regarding R&D in the IT industry. IT, similarly to the defense industry, it's a very sensitive sector, and Ukrainians decided that they should protect their valuable assets and shifted human resources and infrastructure to Poland, and I believe something similar can happen in the defense industry. R&D centers and human resources should work from Poland for Ukraine, something that Prime Minister Pawlak mentioned. We, as the agency, would like to do that, and we've been doing this in a non-defense sector. We support Ukrainian capital and foreign capital, as well as Polish capital, to promote investment in Poland under the shield of NATO, and we work for Ukraine. And perhaps in the future a similar process can take place regarding the defense industry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the Defense Industry Committee within the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce had meetings every fortnight, and in the short list of projects for speedy implementation, we have 5 items. 2 started long time before the war and were suspended. And during the small-scale war, These were very much business-oriented projects. The only what was missing was imagination and goodwill. I'd like to thank panelists for sharing your knowledge, for the discussion and your time. And in a number of your interventions, you shared even almost confidential information, so the discussion was very specialist and very much needed. The conclusion is, if you'd like to live in peace, prepare for the war. Thank you very much. We've just concluded the first day of the 16th Business Baltic Forum, and tomorrow, and still today, at 8 o'clock, we should meet here to distribute awards of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce.